Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in, right? Oh man, did Kidology? Let's start the conversation off like this. So one of my subs informed me that Kidology spoke today. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I skimmed through it, but I did watch the whole commentary of her referring to herself as a femcel, incel. I guess I'll say the word ILS, right? So, and she, you know, spoke of knowing that people would have a problem with her referring to herself as in CLS. But of course, um, be very clear. ICLS is literally shorthand for involuntarily celibate, as in others interested in you, as in others not want to have sex with you, right? Now, Kidology does give us some things to think about in her way of viewing um inceldom, we'll say, which is which is a mental block, right? So what Kidology informs us of is the last long-term sexual experience that she had. The other person did not enjoy it, right? So they did not get off. Um, she did not say whether she did or not, but I guess the trauma of not getting that person off or that person not getting themselves off while having sex with her caused her to have this kind of mental block, sort of a traumatic reaction to the back and forth between her and this person, um, this guy who blamed her for not you know him not getting off. And what she said was like, as a woman, knowing that this is like the one thing that women are supposed to be good at, the fact that she couldn't accomplish that, like the basic biology of having sex, and the fact that in popular culture a man could get off and like no matter what, right? Get off sticking his tummy between a couch, right? Like, and the fact that this is not what happened with her and this guy kind of left a um kind of left her in a pretty traumatic situation. That's how she's viewing it. And so now she has a mental block, right? And in the comments we're calling that mental cell. And as a matter of fact, that's how she should refer to it, because cell or fem cell is literally not the definition, right? Incel is literally others do not value you. It doesn't matter how you get to you having an issue having sex with others. If it's not, you know, if you can potentially do the deed on your end, then it's no longer incel, right? It's not incel if others want to have sex with you. It's incel when others do not want to, right? And I guess this video is going to be demonetized because I'm going to be saying this word a lot today. Um, and I think that's something to consider. So once again, we're over complicating things. Once shout out to the XX chromosome side of the game. Once we start allowing them to be part of the conversation, it instantly becomes overly complicated, and we start having to expand the definition of words and terms, because obviously it can't fit nice and neat in. Incel is involuntary celibate, and it's for guys who can't have sex with women because women aren't interested. The women around them are not interested. Whether they approach, no matter how they flirt, they are deemed either some type of socially awkward, unattractive, unappealing, don't have enough money, don't have a stature, don't whatever it is, the opposite sex is not interested in either extremely vast number or just about any woman that man or young man, approaches. But let Kidology tell it, mental block in you physically having a physical reaction to the act of sex because of past traumatic experiences should be also lumped in with the word or the term incel. Wow. Right? So we so uh you know, you ever see people um who are really good at having like dumb fun? Just dumb fun. They can have fun no matter what, no matter where. They can joke about things, and you might even be low key like jealous or envious of the fact that they can find light, you know, they can bring levity to just about any situation. They can have dumb fun no matter where you put them, no matter how depressing the situation is. And then there's the others. And I would fit into this category myself, although not as much as kidology apparently, which is the people that overthink everything. And it's almost to the point where they almost can't enjoy anything, right? They a movie, a song, a television show, um, you know, being at a party or a get together, they're just, overthinking and analyzing everything, right? And I'm not saying kidology is 100% there, but this might hamper sexual experience, right? Where you just make it way way too complicated, right? And we might be getting to the well, not even might be. We might have gotten to the place as a human race, particularly in the West, in places air quotes developed, right? Where now we're just nitpicking, right? And I'm also thinking of a comment a young lady left me in my comment section about 3 or 4 weeks ago now, where she was telling me what's not enough from men, right? Like, being your standard man, 9 to 5, stable is no longer enough, and now it's all about luxury, right? And she wasn't saying that, but kind of saying that, right? And that's something to consider. We are in the place where nothing is enough and we overcomplicate everything and we overanalyze everything. We flip things upside down, right? And even when that happens, you have people redefining different things. This is how we get the obliteration of gender roles. Um, once again, like I was saying, the debate between Rollo Tomasi and Richard Reeves, which neither one of them, I don't recall Richard Reeves saying biological determinism. So for those of you that heard me say that a couple of days ago, no, Richard Reeves did not say that. I'm saying that's what Richard Reeves was describing, right? Which is you're born of this sex, and so this is the you're going to perform what we see as traditional gender roles because you have a XX chromosome or because you are XY chromosome, and like this is the role you're going to play. And because we live in a postmodern and post-structural society, all of that's just obliterated. And the fallout of that is where kidology can come in and even kind of try to shoehorn in her definition of incel and include her and therefore other women in the definition. So we're not even speaking about positive things now. Being an incel is by definition not a positive thing. This is an involuntary right? Involuntary, once again, involuntarily celibate person. And so because we live in this time where we're redefining words and what does this word even mean, and let me see how I can fit in here, or let me see how I can throw this, create a new definition, and then throw this on others. Once again, kidology and the like, particularly women who may not be able to have sex with the type of men that they want or they desire, right? But it's not that men writ large or the men in their immediate circle aren't interested, right? Now kidology shoehorns herself in here by pretty much speaking of mental cell, right? Which is a mental block that's keeping you from or that's keeping you celibate, and she wants to shoehorn herself in there by essentially describing mental cell and calling it incel or femcel, right? Which, by the way, cheapens the word. This, so there's that. And I think that's like a real, yeah, continuing with some of the excuse me, commentary from a couple nights ago. Um, we're also remember speaking of someone um who is a staunch individualist, right? So we understand that about kidology, and maybe that's why she may not fully appreciate. I hesitate to say comprehend or understand because I don't think kidology is dumb. I just think her ideology and kind of her perspective on things is so warped sometimes that she goes so far off the reservation and so overly complicates things that, it's almost like, what can you do, right? So there's that. Um, and as a staunch individualist, you're going to run into that, right? You know, so there's that. What else happened this week that I think is, oh, the fact that she even spoke to Destiny. So like I said, I'm going to go over that that conversation. Another thing, the BGS video where he spoke about disrespect is black women's love language, right? So that was really good. Thank you for those of you that suggested I watched that. That was really, really good. And yeah, so we understand that a certain cohort of black men, I would argue an increasing amount of black men are over that. So that's going to be very interesting to see um how black women writ large on this in this respect deal with black men that may not be interested in that, right? The disrespect seen as love thing, right? You can also throw in there the video that BGS produced, speaking about the single male, right? And so if we're going to speak about, you know, people voluntarily kind of taking themselves out of the dating game, um, in the courting game, then we also have to speak about the young men saying, "Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done trying to put myself out there. I'm done being insulted. I'm done being used as a foodie call. I'm done. I'm done, you know, either having it said blatantly or insinuated or suggested how small of a man I am, um, how little money I make, how little status I have. I'm done." And once again, like you guys know, I like to say, your society can manage that at 1% of the male population, maybe even 5% or so of the male population. But once you start working on double digits, you have a problem, right? And many young men see the environment and they're not interested. They're not interested in having what they perceive as masculinity ripped to shreds by women who want to have it on an on and off switch. Once again, remember me, Mr. Z, saying this. These women don't actually want to get rid of traditional masculinity. They think it should be reserved for only certain types of men. And even with that, they want to have it on an on and off switch, right? As I said before, as I said to the brother FD signifier, they want egalitarianism in name only, right? Or they want female run and name only. This is when we start getting into the hive model that the nameless protagonist speaks of all the time, right? Where you still are a worker bee, you still are defender, right? You still a provider, but she leads right up until something tragic happens or something massive happens, And then this is when you take over all of the 5, 10 seconds, 20 minutes, hour that whatever is transpiring is transpiring. And the second it ends, move out the way, it's on her again. Right? So, you know, we can also throw in the video that BGS did on Miss Crystal Swirls, pretty much begging white dudes to settle for black women, right? And like Mr. Z said, let them talk, let them talk. The internet has democratized the town square. These people have their microphones now. You let them talk long enough, and they'll tell you what their real issue is, um, and they'll expose themselves. You talk long enough, right? And you'll expose yourself. And so that is what these women are doing, right? So Mr. Z being a glutton for punishment, and I'm gonna wrap it up in a minute and let you guys on. Put the link in the description in a minute. Mr. Z being a glutton for punishment, you already know Mr. Z went and listened to a stream Chrissy did, and I should have recorded some of the things, but I might even be able to take some screenshots. But one of Chrissy's recent videos, and they love the fact that certain black men feel, insulted by black women calling Jonathan Majors ugly, or he has a slave face, or he has a civil rights face. Well, clearly other black women don't agree, but that's cool. Um, for them, it's the get back, right? Mr. Z has told y'all the cosmic retribution. Ha ha, how does it feel, black man? And some of them were saying that in the comments, like blatantly saying that in the comments. Ha ha, now they know how it feels. Ha ha, right? And man, when they say hell has no fury like a woman scorned, whether black men say anything or not, the fact that certain black women feel unseen, right? Feel insulted by rich black men being in relationship with non-black women or racially ambiguous black women, that within itself is the insult, right? That within itself is the insult. And so they are so, you know, enthusiastic about insulting Jonathan. They want him to actually see the insults, actually. You can tell. They get off on, insulting him because they want us to feel insulted. They want black men to feel insulted. Now, unfortunately for them, black women are not in unison on this. It's a bunch of swirlers and divestors and scorn bitter black women, and little girls and grown black women's bodies who probably are still mad about who didn't want them in high school. Y'all know Mr. Z emphasizes this a lot, right? Because I like to remind people that most of this is childhood trauma stuff, right? Don't ever get it misconstrued. Most of this is youth and childhood trauma stuff. It's how a person felt under the age of like 22, 24 years old. Now they a whole big 37, 40 years old, and they still mad about who didn't want them when they was 17. I'm telling y'all. Um, so insulting Jonathan Majors looks is how they get off, because he has very prominent features. Um, you know, and so they get off on speaking about how unattractive he is, and they get off on seeing black men feel a certain way watching black women insult this man's looks in front of the world, right? So it's all cool. Expose yourself some more. I guess this is what, like, in a weird way, I guess this is like the calling card for white racists, right? Look, we think he looks like a monkey too. We think, imagine white people saying a black woman has a slave face, right? Imagine a white person saying a black man has a civil rights face. Like, the brother Edward Anderson is 100% right. These women are taking it even further than like your most blatant white racist. Like they would say this maybe on a Reddit forum. in like the shadows, right? But like white folks ain't speaking like this on YouTube, like blatantly like this, because their channels would get flagged. But you got black women like openly saying this both on in video and in print, right? Typing it up, like literally saying a black man has a slave face or a civil rights face or a Jim Crow face. Like that's crazy. But they're saying that once again because they want to. We're gonna make you feel the pain, black man. Huh? Okay, so this is the black man that so many other people find attractive. Let's defecate on him. And it's not just him, by the way. There were plenty of women in Chrissy's comments going through the list. I don't find Michael B. Jordan attractive. I don't find Jonathan Majors attractive. I don't find Denzel attractive. I don't find this person attractive. And it's like any black man who has been viewed by many in America, including non-black women, as physically attractive, we're going to defecate on them because we need to stress how and mediocre these people are. And the reason why this is important is because other black women were saying, I generally don't find black men attractive. Man, I mean, maybe there's this one exception, and they'll mention either Michael B or whoever the hell, right? But they were going through the list. Morse Chestnut not attractive. This person's not attractive, and what that really is, we know what that is. Most of that is these guys would never find my physique attractive. And so I'm just going to write them off. It really is protecting one's or attempting to protect one's sanity because in your mind, all of these black men that you see as attractive and they're famous and they're rich, oftentimes are with non-black women or racially ambiguous black women. So you just go ahead and tell yourself, oh, I don't find him attractive anyway. Cool, whatever, weakling. But what this also is to lower the stock of black men, right? Of attractive black men, of black men that so many around the planet deem as attractive and appealing. And especially the fact that these men are rich and famous, right? So what this also is saying, oh, that's who y'all think is attractive? Oh, man, that man's ugly. He looks like a monkey. Oh, that's who y'all think is attractive? Oh, he's lame. He's a square anyway, right? That's who y'all deem as attractive? Look at his tape line. Look at his forehead. Look at this. Look at that. Right? Look at his nose. It really is just attempting to lower the stock of black men. And like Paris has said something along these lines. And so has Chrissy, which is like, y'all just be finding any one of these dudes attractive just because they're black, which is insane for a black woman to say. Think of that. Think about what Mr. Z just said. Black women chastising other black women for finding any assortment or random black man attractive or black men attractive simply for what they're saying simply because these people are black you think they're attractive. What an insane comment to make, right? And once again, Paris and Chrissy getting off on it, right? Paris herself, you could tell she's really doing this once again for the money and her subscribers. But Chrissy, on the other hand, there's something else there. There's something that there's some real trauma behind Chrissy, man. There's some real colorism trauma behind Chrissy. Chrissy got looked over bad in high school or something like that. Some light-skinned girl or racially ambiguous girl in high school really gave Chrissy that you little disgusting, unattractive look, right? Or one of them brothers in high school really ignored the hell out of Chrissy for her light-skinned friend. It had to be, right? It had to be. And for a person that's been open and who has dated interracially for years, where's the ring, Chrissy? Where's the ring? Right? Where is the ring? From my understanding, Chrissy has dated what, East Asian or something like that. I think Filipino or whatever. She's dating Latin. She's currently dating a white guy, and maybe they could get married. Mr. Z could have to retract everything he's saying in a year or two. You never know. But from my understanding, Chrissy spoke about dating some white dude. I wonder how it's working. Remember, all of what? When did I tell y'all that? Maybe 3, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, she was speaking about how her dating life is trash, right? She has all this money, she has this beautiful apartment, beautiful views, but her dating life is trash. Right after telling y'all she's been polyamorous or dibbling dabbling, was it polyamory or whatever, whichever one of these, polygyny or polyamory, whatever one of these, that's pretty much say they want to freestyle and do whatever they want to do with whoever they want to do it with, which is perfectly okay, right? But right after she told y'all that, now she's telling y'all, then she told y'all her dating life or her relationship life is trash. Now she's telling y'all she's dating a white dude. Meanwhile, pointing at Jonathan Majors and saying, ugh, as a way to say ugh to black men in general. Like, as I said before, Chrissy, Yanni, Paris, Kim Foster, these are grown women, well spoken, sometimes intelligent women, sometimes educated women. But really, they're little girls in women's bodies. Just because they can use 4 and 5 syllable words, just because they can pay their own bills and wipe their own ass, doesn't mean really and truly, at least their emotional state is that of a 12 and 13-year-old. A scarred and scorned 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old, 17-year-old who's still mad that they're being overlooked by the boys they think should be attracted to them. Right? These are not people. When you listen to these people speak, you know they're still stuck in high school. They're still stuck in high school. And God forbid that as they became young adults, they still felt unseen or undesired by men in general. That lie about, oh, it's white men that complimented me first. BS, you would have been married to a white dude 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 12 years ago. Black men don't appreciate my features, but other men do. BS. You're 28. You would have been at least in a relationship with a white guy from at least 2 years now, if that was the case. You're 36. You would have been married for at least the past 5 years, if that was the case. The past 6, 7 years, if that was the case. Y'all are attempting to gaslight black men, and Crystal Swirls just bust y'all out about it. Chrissy chastising her subscribers for talking about it and not be about it on the divester tip, and Crystal Swirls over here begging white dudes for black women, begging white dudes to settle for black women. Huh. And Kim Foster is saying we need to bring back, we don't need these Negroes feminism. Meanwhile, while black women are starving and being evicted. Are they the fastest growing number of homeless people? Or one of the fastest growing number of homeless in this stagflation economy? Right? This is the economy where you have all of these different content creators speaking this reckless about black men. And all black men have to do is be indifferent. Being indifferent will that is all you have to do. Right? Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And y'all give me a minute. Give me 1 second, everyone. So we really have to come to, and out, like I was saying the other day, the social contract, right? So um If these people want to write up a new social contract, fine. What they're attempting to do is just let people freestyle, and that's cool, but that doesn't work for young men. That doesn't work for men. You can't promise these men anything, and you wonder why they're sitting on their hands. Going back to BGS's video, you wonder why they're sitting on their hands, why they would much rather play video games and pleasure themselves. What incentives do you have for the young men? That's a question for overall American society. And I wish Ed was here so that I could bring him up so we could speak about his concept of the 360 deal, right? What incentives do you have for young men? Whether that's on the political right or the political left. What do we have to encourage the young men to be, you know, to do for our society? We can't say, I couldn't even say do for family. What family? Right? And notice I didn't even say just black men. Men in the Western world, particularly in America, particularly young men. So men under the age of 40, 35, 30. What incentives do we have outside of, hey, you can get this nice Benz and do what with it? Right? Attempt to pick up women that's going to call me a slime ball. Try to claim I raped her, or try to claim some sexual assault later on. Try to fees, right? Not Hafiz, but Afiz, the comedian. Try to appease me afterward because of a bad date, right? They tried to me too Afiz. Pathetic. On the political left and the right, for everyday average 35 to $75,000 a year men, $70,000 a year men, what do we have for them? What incentives do we have for them to work their ass off and be off this planet by probably 70, 75 years old? Meanwhile, their female counterparts live to 80, 85 or something. If they live that long, if the men even live that long, they'd be out of here by 65. What incentives do we have for the men? I'm not even just saying black men. That's even more steep conversation. If you can't figure that out, you could, whatever social contract y'all working with, because y'all don't have one actually, but whatever one y'all working on, y'all could torch it. If the men don't get to have nuclear heterosexual families, y'all could torch whatever y'all talking about. If we're gonna tell them, well, if you don't got money like this, then you won't be able to have that, you could torch it. If you don't have money like this, then you won't be able to play the traditional game. For the political right, you could torch it. And for the political left, if you're going to say, well, why do you want to be in a nuclear heterosexual family with a biologically born woman in the first place? You could torch the social, whatever you're working on, you could torch it. Why do you want to be part of the binary in the first place? And what did Khadijah pretty much tell us? The only reason she really on that tip in the first place is because she wasn't desired as a child. And the one person that showed her any type of feeling towards that SA'd her. So of course that would leave you in a pretty messed up mental state. And I'm not even making fun of her about that. But then we can't have you being the person talking about men-women relations outside of obviously that experience, because that's definitely a traumatic experience. I'm not even going to play that down. But then when you come out here and then much of your worldview of men and women, which you don't even engage with men, much of your worldview of the dance between men and women is informed by this traumatic experience. Oh no. And Namus says she's a victim of SA. Yeah, from my understanding, Khadijah is a victim of SA. And that's no fault of her own. I'm not even, going there to, you know, imply or suggest anything about any type of culpability on her part. What I am saying is then that informs a lot of the way you view things. Even when she speaks about not being part of the binary, or when she speaks about like not putting so much stock in being desirable in this way, and to a certain extent, there's a lot to be said about that. Like seeing a person beyond their physique and their physicality and how they look. Of course, yes. But I don't know what you're definitely not living in the 20th and 21st century. If you think we are at the place where we look into the soul first, that's like never been a thing. Like ever in human history amongst many societies, countless societies, countless tribes spanning millennia. That's never been a thing. And so you want to rejigger this thing because you grew up feeling undesirable, and the one time that you felt this, a man was telling you how beautiful you are while, you know, SAing you. Right? And like I told y'all, you let these people talk long enough, and all they keep on telling you is some childhood trauma stuff. I think the brother FD Signifier really did not understand when I said that. He thought I was joking. Even one of the women that he's under the tent with, the ideological tent with, Kim Foster, pretty much told y'all how she felt in high school. She was attracted to even some of the nerdy guys, nerdy black dudes. They weren't checking. She went to prom with a white dude. So even she has childhood trauma from not being desired from the handful of black boys that she went to school with. Khadijah's telling you the same thing. Yanni's telling you the same thing. Just let them talk and you see it. Eventually, they will let you know. So Khadijah's telling you the same thing. Kim's telling you the same thing. Yanni's telling you the same thing. The young lady BGS spoke to, like I told y'all, B with the brother Herbert, that comes in and out the Black Manosphere. I think the lady's all in her 40s talking about, well, when I was 15, what? Then these people go on to be on any level, or any status. They could be anywhere from the Walmart greeter all the way to maybe having a corner office somewhere in somebody's firm. And yet, emotionally, when it comes to the opposite sex, they're 13-year-olds, right? When it comes to the opposite sex, they are 13-year-olds. And so they get to use that trauma or that feeling of rejection or not being desired to fuel them with all of their overly complicated critique of men. Just say you wasn't chose, and you do care about being chose, Kim. That's why you're going after Brittany Renner so hard. That's why you're going after Cardi B so hard, because you weren't chose, and you could be in a little relationship now with your corny ass. Shout out to my nigga though. Don't ever say that shit again, ever. but you weren't chose. And quite frankly, Kim, put money on it, you still ain't chose. Yeah, you in a relationship now, you still ain't chose. And that's what really chaps your ass. You could do all this talk. You could overly complicate the interaction between black men and black women, or men and women in general in this society. Really, your issue is you ain't chose. You ain't chose by the black dudes, and you ain't chose by the white dudes. Not the ones you would want. And we need to stop acting and speaking like that is exclusive to men. Men are these bitter, angry people because they couldn't get the cheerleader in high school. Meanwhile, the women are screaming. Let me say this again, because this is important that Mr. Z says this. Accomplished women, notable women, intelligent, educated women. Some of these women are connected. You let them talk long enough, and they go back to not being desired as children. And I said this last week. I don't know why I didn't stress this week. So we'll talk about this also in our wrap up. I'm about to put the link in for you guys. But yeah, these are oh, give me a second. Okay, give me a second. Let's see. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Big Kev says FD knows he's just being in denial. And I agree. Right? So yeah. you know, and these are accomplished people. So we can imagine what the 9 to 5 everyday woman, particularly black women, maybe particularly even dark-skinned black women, what she's thinking and feeling, right? Maybe she doesn't have time for the BS, or maybe she just doesn't have the voice, and Kim Foster thinks she's the voice for them, right? Or Chrissy thinks she's the voice for them. You literally got Chrissy chastising her subscribers for talking this divester stuff and not being about it. You got you have Paris Milan taking slick disses at her subscribers for feeling sad about the brother Tyree Nichols, right? It's crazy talk. Okay, let me bring y'all up. All right, there we go. Y'all in? What's going on, y'all? What's going on, Nemo? What's going on? Big Kev, what's up? What's up?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Z, man?
Wait, hold on a second.
What's up, Nemo? Okay.
Yep. What's up,
That's
Neymar?
how we say hello around here.
Yep.
Go ahead, y'all. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, but you would definitely make some good points as always, Mr. Z. What I noticed is that when I look outside of this space is that sometimes the back of sometimes you kind of have that eerie sense that when we're in this space, like are we somehow disconnected from reality? And then when you look around on like BreadTube and at other spaces, like no, we're not delusional. We're just ahead of the curve. That's all. We're so far ahead. Yeah, we're so far ahead of the curve that it's like we're addressing stuff. We've addressed stuff like 10 years ago that they're just not talking about now, and it's like, oh crap, it's like that's what I think is why what we talk about is like unsettling for a lot of people. It's not because we're necessarily delusional, is that we're so far ahead of the curve that they can't admit it, because again, being that we're brothers, we're not quote unquote supposed to know what we're talking about. We're not supposed to know. We're supposed to just kind of be happy, be some happy little Negroes, that just do as we're told.
Something about that term, happy little Negroes, that always makes me laugh.
Exactly, you're right. We're supposed to be some happy little subservient
Negroes
wrong, that are supposed to do what we're called. Yeah,
Kev, you're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. You're supposed to say They don't want us to be smart Negroes. They just want us to be happy little Negroes. No,
Yeah,
But
you
you
know,
that's
know
what
what
mess
they
with
another
want
to
to
thing,
us.
say.
right? But
How the
another
fuck
thing,
can an
real
African
quick,
know to do
Neymar,
that
wait,
shit?
Neymar,
Sorry.
real quick. One thing that I would add to this, and it's something that we don't often add to this conversation, is the class element. And how many
Absolutely.
of these particular black women, what they're really mad about is that the the pickings, at least in their mind, I'm saying, are slim for a certain type of class of black man who's interested in them. So first, it's, many of these women, they have achieved, a certain level of education, or even if they're earning enough now because of social media or whatever, and the black men that they think occupy the same spaces as them aren't interested. Number one. Number two, I would also add that this is what happens when you hyper focus on the women. When we spent decades saying, oh no, we're going to do for the women, we're going to put them in position, we're going to educate them, the men just got to get it how they live. What you end up with is the lopsided women being academically accomplished and the men not. And now you got to deal with the fallout. So have fun fighting over the top 10, 15, 20% of men. And that includes both in and outside of the black community. When you hyper focus on the girls and the women, you have this. So I'm sorry to Kim Foster, not really. I'm sorry to Chrissy, not really. I'm sorry to Yanni, not really. Right? I'm sorry that we hyper focused on the girls. The girls are doing okay ish, right? And not really, because black women are still like mainly working class, working poor, and lower middle class. Excuse me. But for the women that have gotten to these particular positions, they look around them and there's not as many black boys and black men. First of all, we already found out from the Brookings Institute like 70% of these boys and men fall back down to working class men. That's a systemic problem. Now we could prescribe character flaw to those men, have fun doing that, right? And not fixing the problem. But when you look out around you and there are not men on your upper middle class, position for those black people that are actually that occupy that position, that's what are you gonna do? What, go beat a bus down for the white dude? Right? So it's not, once again, when you don't see the systemic issues and you hyper focus on yourself or you hyper focus on the women, you find yourself in these positions. And it's not only just a black issue, it's a societal issue, it's a Western issue. Well, then deal what you deal with. Have fun, same-sex relationships. And I'm happy BGS read that article a couple of days ago where it said, yeah, what are they doing? Well, they're engaging in same-sex relationships, they're dating older, they're marrying older, and they're, doubling up, tripling up on air quotes high value men. And there you go. Right? So y'all
What
go ahead.
does
Y'all
that
go ahead.
mean exactly? And by the way, yes, being exposed to American culture my whole life, I know how to do certain impressions and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers. So fuck y'all and what y'all think of me. But
Go
anyway,
ahead, man. Yeah.
but truth be told, is like, first of all, you, like you said, devil's in the details. When you look at the graduation rates for women, black women in particular, what is it they're mostly graduating in? Because most of them say we're educated. What the fuck does that mean?
The
Do you understand how?
heal in the soft sciences. Heal is what? Health, education, um I forgot the last two. It's health, education,
Literature,
something and something. Yeah, is it literature? Something like,
anthropology,
yeah,
anthropology,
something like,
literature.
yeah. So like and there's nothing wrong with that. We need people in those spaces also. Those
The problem is
spaces.
that they're oversaturated.
Yep, exactly. There you go. There you go.
Oversaturated, but at the same time, they are compared to the greater, but what percentage do they make overall of the number of graduates each year in any university or or in the country worldwide, or in the country nationwide, excuse me, or worldwide? What percentage
Yep.
do black women hold when it comes to number of graduates per year in any given university or overall?
Let me address this real quick. Let me address these two comments. So Michael Ross says, how is this going to affect my daughter and future generations? And Charles Irby says, Michael Ross, interestingly, I have been considering the same. I have two daughters, 18 and 19 years old, both in college studying nursing and engineering. I don't like their prospects for marriage. So to you brothers, I would say,
Don't send them to Europe.
if you Namer, if
Sorry.
you if you raised your daughters in any good way, in any positive way, it's going to be easier for them. As a matter of fact,
Yeah,
it's going to be easier for them because they have a leg up against the bitter and okay, this is the thing. This is their competition. Bitter, angry, educated, bitter, angry, uneducated, uneducated, educated, but all of them are either still stuck in childhood trauma,
Mhm.
sassy beyond repair, mean, a-holes and get off on being a-holes, um immature, which is they're gonna enjoy the dating scene way too long. They're gonna be the bust down for some jock d-boy aspiring entertainer for way too long. They're gonna chase after white penis for way too long. And if your daughters can manage to get out of the game by 30, they're good to go because all the rest of their competition are going to be out here looking real sick at 40 and 45 and 50 and 55. Ugh.
yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah. I was,
So yeah,
yeah,
it's going to be easy for your daughters.
yeah.
Easy.
I was about to say, yeah. I was about to say, yeah. Like, if you didn't lie to them, if you
Hmm.
didn't lie to them and blow smoke up their ass, they're gonna be all right. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Especially if they take care of themselves.
Yeah.
Like, if they, how can I put it this? If they embrace what we call the feminine burden of performance, if they focus on being likable and cooperative, and they focus on taking care of their health, and they focus
Yeah.
on being supplementary, and they have realistic expectations when it comes to dealing with
Yeah.
men, oh yeah, they're gonna get cuffed. If
Yeah.
not in official marriage, they're gonna get cuffed like
Yeah.
real early.
Well,
Like,
well, here's
because
a
most
question.
dudes, right, like most dudes aren't gonna let a woman like that just walk out of their life unless they're like
Yep.
stupid or like just that much of a pathetic
Yep.
simp.
I got
Yep.
to say something in objection to that for a minute because
Mhm.
we're leaving out a couple factors here. First of
Mhm.
all, Michael,
Mhm.
your daughters are still under the influence of their mother, of course,
Mhm.
and you know the mother is going to have some kind of influence on how they view the world. And by the way, we should have brought up BGS's octane scale because you pretty much said that everybody's got to avoid the 85s, the 87s, the 89s, and the 92 octanes for the most part. You pretty much covered the whole spectrum, Mr. Z.
Yep.
But like I'm saying anyway, even if those women were to do, as we said, X, Y, and Z, there's still going to be those X factors, those factors like what influences the mother and the women in the family will have on the girls. Because
Right.
because we forget every woman in one way or another takes after her mother. She will emulate. She will, whether she has a strong relationship or a strained relationship with her mother, she's gonna have certain aspects she inherits from her mother
Yeah.
and other women, and from both her grandmothers and all the women in her family. Just like we as men, we're gonna start eventually. We start exhibiting traits that we have inherited or emulated from our fathers, our grandfathers, our uncles, and all the men in our families and whatnot,
Yeah.
for better or for worse. So my question is, even if you were to influence them, you still have to make sure that it's strong enough to overcome whatever influence the mothers are going to have, and that's an uphill battle in itself.
True. And Kevin C, you can speak whenever you want, brother.
Hey, hey, what's up, Z, and
What's
other
going on,
gentlemen on
Kev?
the panel? Hey, how you guys doing? You're up early, my man, but you're always up early.
Man, look, I was up at 6 something. I just didn't want to start the stream that early.
I understand, I understand. Hey, but
Well,
check
it
it
is
out. Look,
Saturday.
you know what it
Mhm.
is. You know what it is. Look,
Mhm.
so men understand that we have to improve in order to get the woman that we want, in order to
Mhm.
qualify ourselves to women. And what it looks like to me is that they just don't want to have to improve. They want you to accept them as is. All right. And this is a lesson that I learned early. All right. And a matter of fact, all young black boys learn this lesson early. Teenage boys, because
Yeah.
what have we been doing since we were 14, 15 years old? Chasing after
Trying
young
to,
black girls,
yep,
right? And
trying
we
to
told
impress the
you,
girls.
look, I don't want you because you're not an athlete, because you're not strong enough, you're not big enough, you're not tall enough, you're not smart enough, you don't have this, you don't have that. So every time that we got rejected, we're like, okay, well, she told me I didn't have this, and now I got to get this. Okay, and I got that. Well, that's not good enough, so I got to get this. I got to get this. Got to.
Mhm.
So we got to keep making all these improvements in order to get and qualify for the type of woman that we want. And women just feel like they don't have to. That's what it looks like to me. So for me, shout out to Tammy, Sophia, Denise, and
Mhm.
Sonia for giving me all of my faults and forcing me to
Excuse me?
That was funny. Real quick, name, let him land.
No, I didn't follow what he said. I'm asking to repeat the net. What is he saying? The names he
The
mentioned.
names. No, the names that told him what he needed to improve on.
Oh,
shout
okay.
out to-
Because
to
I can't
Tammy
hear him
and
that well. That's all.
Yeah, shout out to Tammy and Sophia and Denise and Sonia. And Sonia I took to the prom. I actually thought she was gonna be my wife, and she just kind of decided that she wasn't gonna be interested anymore. Even though I
Puppy
was
love,
able to
huh?
convince her to go to the prom. But so all of this stuff that we have to do as men, and it just looks like they really just don't want to improve. And the other thing too is they waste their best years, their whole 20s, doing screw around nonsense. And I'm not going to say getting a degree is not useful. That's actually a good thing. But while they're getting that degree, they're supposed to be actually finding a husband. And you always ask them, okay, so why didn't you get a husband while you were in college? And why didn't you find that dude that was right there on track with you? It's going to be he's going to be future middle class. You're going to be future middle class. That's what you're supposed to do. And then they'll come up with all kinds of reasons why they couldn't get it done. And then by the time you hit your 30s, now you got all these kind of problems. Now you're too old. A lot of them got kids. They're already obese, so they done put on more weight. They got debt. They've been promiscuous out here. They got toxic and ratchet behavior, and they want you to accept all of that. And dudes are saying no. And shout out to black men for saying no.
But you know what, though?
Right there.
No, Harry go too, Kev. You know, one of the things too. Okay, there is when you are. If you don't want to improve yourself, if you're happy as is, that's cool. There are men that are okay with that. It's just more often than not the men you want. And if you didn't get hit with the pretty stick on the way off of the conveyor belt by God, then guess what? You don't get to get pretty girls get to be a-holes. And it's messed up because we know as men, like you were saying, middle school, high school, you realize, oh, that dude is an a-hole, but the girls find him attractive, and so he gets to get away with that. I have to be the funny guy. I have to be the smart guy. I have to be the charismatic guy. Okay, you might feel a bit of resentment in your youth, but you move on. What I think is happening and what we're hearing from the young women that the FD signifiers of the world just refuse to accept is that what you're hearing from the young women is their way of saying, I'm still angry that I wasn't chose, right? And so I have this education, I have this station in life, and I still can't get and keep the type of guys I think I deserve. So this is when Ostefko comes into the conversation and says, I want a gorgeous man. And what she's saying without saying it is, and actually she kind of did say it. I want a gorgeous man because I know that you don't see me as attractive, but look at this dude that I was able to pull and keep. Not the dude that, not just a super attractive man that is using me as target practice, but that I have as a husband, right? And it's important that we say that. Now, go into what you were saying about, missing out on these opportunities when they were in college. Well, they don't. I think what we're also dealing with is risk-averse people. They don't want to take the risk of this guy just being a regular 9-to-5 person. They want guarantees. This is where you get the whole no struggle love thing, right? They want guarantee. I can see your trajectory. I can see you already started off pretty damn high and you're only going up. So you're walking in the door at a firm at 65, 70 grand, 75 grand a year. So your trajectory is just all the way up from there, right? You're walking in a firm at $100,000. Yeah, I can date you. And then I can say, yeah, we air quotes built together. They don't want to take the risk of dating the guy in college, 21 years old. Y'all graduate, y'all struggle, y'all got a little Roach Motel type of apartment in the beginning, and in 30 years we look at you and you got a little McMansion. They don't want to risk that 20, 30-year growth.
But you know okay, Z,
go ahead,
you know what the answer is to that though?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're 20, 21, find your 150, 200 or $300,000 man, find him, court him, marry him, qualify for him, be his wife, and be a great wife and mother, and be quiet the rest of your life. Like you can do that too.
Can't do it.
And again, but you got to qualify. So you still got to qualify either way. And when I tell women that, they're like, oh yeah, but 21, I don't know if I want to get married. It's like they don't want any trade-offs. They don't want no sacrifice on their parts.
Here's where I see in this, if I may, Kevin.
Everything has to be easy, and I'm like, no, we don't get it easy. So neither do you.
No.
Excuse me, Kevin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, then.
All right. First of all, and Z,
Mhm.
I gotta grab you by your ankles and drag you down memory lane for this one,
Mhm.
metaphorically speaking. But we've mentioned this before that a lot of these women, because they're of our generation and younger, they've been like they grew up as Disney princesses and whatnot. But we forget that the older generation passed on something to them. Things like romance novels and whatnot,
Yep.
the
Yep.
paperback romance novels and whatnot, because
The rom-coms,
the rom
yeah,
coms.
yep, yep,
I've seen rom coms and I've found them really obnoxious, but I
yeah.
learned something from them though, thankfully.
Mhm.
But you understand that this is where they get their misconceptions from, and they think that this, that, and the third. And of course, more importantly, they don't want to build because that means they have to waste their youth during those times when they think their youth should be the time of extravagance and having fun and everything. Because who are they watch? Who influences them to think a certain way? When they're watching certain shows, what are they usually watching? What channels or what networks are they usually watching?
Mhm.
I mean,
That's true.
has anybody? Let me think about it. I mean, everybody knows about the channel TLC, correct?
Yeah.
Now, who has ever seen the shows like Bridezilla, Say Yes to This
Yep, yep,
Dress?
yep, yep, yep.
Well, of course, one of my personal favorite, of course, one show I personally kind of scoff about is called Sex Sent Me to the ER. That show.
Wow.
There's also, of course, me suffering from OCD. I remember having, nightmares from watching Hoarders.
Yeah, yep, yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
and things like that, and pawn shop and stuff like that. So you see this kind of crap, and then you see celebrity weddings and whatnot.
Mhm.
That affects a lot of the way these people think, and that's why they don't want to build with something. They want to
I
meet
think
you at
it's
the
that
finish
now.
line. No, but hold on, it's
Yeah,
not just that. They just want it, like we said, they want to wait for you at the finish line instead of building with you, because it's like that. It's sort of like a modern version of the Princess and the Prince Charming kind of thing when you think about it.
yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah,
you know what though? But waiting to the finish line, now that guy has more options.
yeah,
Like like
Yeah.
it's never see men understand risk analysis, risk assessment, and then cost reward
Hmm.
benefit, and actually delay gratification and all that other stuff. And we understand that because we have to. We have no choice but to get better, especially as black men in America. There's nothing that we can do that allows us to just kind of loaf off and just kind of just slide through life and glide through because if you don't produce anything, then you have no use to anybody. So we have no choice but to do that. And the thing is, we have to gain value. Women have to maintain their value, and over time, they just lose it. And what they're trying to do is get us to accept a crappy deal.
yeah. That's pretty much what it is. And do it with a smile. And Trell said celebrity self wedding. Shout out to Maya. Shout out to who else said they was gonna date themselves? What's her face? Hermione from Harry Potter.
Emma Watson.
Emma Watson. And I'm forgetting one more person. Oh, Jason Black just mentioned her the other night. Amber Rose talking about she ain't having sex no more. Amber
Who
Rose.
cares?
Out of everyone to say they ain't having sex no more, man. If you don't get your toxic semen bucket built self anyway, um, out of anyone to say it,
Yeah, she's
bro,
a
how you
little.
a high mileage freaking Ford talking about I ain't gonna go on the road no more? What? Who you? Anyway, I'm not about burying people because of their past all the time, but nah, bro, you were too public, bro. You were
It's
talking
interesting you
too
bring that
reckless,
up,
bro.
Charles Z. It's interesting you bring that up because I have to go back to my own past. And this was like in the mid 2000s, back home in Eritrea. And I
Wait, Nima,
remember,
before you go, let's let Toya go and then you come in afterward. What's going on, Toya?
Good morning, Mr. Z.
What's up? What's up? Oh, she did it the right. Out of everybody, she's the one person that could do it the right. Y'all let Toya beat y'all to how to do this the right way.
Yeah, I couldn't
wait,
even try,
hold on a
bro.
second, hold on a second. Excuse me, Toya.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me see if I heard this right. You're supposed to that.
I know. I couldn't come up with something quick. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, because no,
No,
you're supposed to repeat that.
name it. Let Toya go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Yeah, that. The fact that Toya got it right, you could.
I've been
Toya
listening
was
to you
definitely the
do it.
student in the front of the class. She was definitely the front of the class student. That was definitely for real.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Going back to school days, I definitely was the teacher's pet.
Yeah.
And I did my homework ahead of time. Like I was one of those. But I think when you're an only child, you know, books become your friends. So I
Hmm.
digress. Um, what I was gonna say, I started off wanting to say something about myself, but I'm not gonna make it about me.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just gonna go off of what you were just talking about, the loudness of regret.
Hmm.
Um, a lot of women who previously were out loud proclaiming their sexual revolution or freedom or liberation
Hmm.
are walking that back. And if you pay attention long enough, most of them do. Most
Yeah.
notably recently, Mandy from, those podcasts, she has always been very
That's
loud
the short
about,
hair one.
yes,
Yeah, I know
yes.
who you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Yes, she has always been very loud about her exploits with athletes and celebrity adjacent folks.
Hmm.
And now recently she has been doing a lot of walking back of that talk.
Hmm.
And I the only way that I was going to bring myself into it is to say, as a woman who recognized that as not being her path early, but still
Hmm.
had quite a bit of gynocentric programming, I'm doing things to maintain my value at this point, and I'm gonna be 40 in July, you guys. Um, it's
You know, I was
so
never gonna
Congratulations in
tell your age. Wait,
advance.
wait, wait. Pause, name. You know, I was never gonna. Remember, you slipped up one time, and you
yeah,
was like,
I
"Oh
know.
crap!" I think, and I was like, I remember Toya saying when her age was. I said, "I'm never gonna."
Yeah,
That's why I remember we had the back and forth. I was like, "I'm never gonna say it." I remembered what you said. I was like, "I'm never gonna
yeah.
say it," but I mean, and
I'm embracing
even
it.
now, I'm never gonna say it. But go ahead, go ahead.
I'm embracing it, and I'm
Hmm.
very honest about where I've come from and what I'm doing currently to course correct. But it's
Hmm.
just one of those things where I come back to this space often to hear you guys speak because it helps me navigate where I'm at in life right now, understanding
Hmm.
the mistakes that I have made in previous years, and just efforting not to make those mistakes again, but also remaining open enough to meet someone and to date. It gets discouraging though, because I feel like I have to fight through so many misconceptions about me, but not about Black women. And so, I honestly just wanted to say that I'm really grateful for the work that you guys are doing. And I know that you know this, Z, but whoever's listening that, really doesn't know me or why I'm coming to these spaces, I'm not here to disrupt the
Hmm.
conversation. I'm here to take notes, lift in any way that I can. And I'm a
You were breaking up a little bit, Toya, but no, you know you're always welcome here. You are always welcome here. Yeah. If anything, you got my email if ever you want to talk or whatever. Yeah, I'm definitely all ears. Yeah,
thank
you
you,
know
Z.
it. If so this and Kim Foster, I will give her this when she stays away from like the angry, bitter, what I really am doing. Like you told you, that was so. By the way, I'm still thanking you for saying that, like intellectualizing misandry, because that's really what she's on. But when she stays out of that realm, she's actually pretty damn good in her analysis. It's just when she goes there,
Right.
and we know what it really is like you just bitter that you short and kind of pudgy, and you wasn't pulling back in high school, and that's what you're really angry about, and we all know it, but whatever.
And
Um,
it's okay.
it really it is, but it isn't because she tries to make it seem like it's everything but that. But when
Yeah.
she stays out of that realm, her analysis of that, because she mentioned the Mandy character, also she mentioned, who else did she mention that's like kind of trying to pull back from that
Brittany
brand
Renner.
of Brittany Renner, yeah, like that's trying to pull back from that brand of I guess it would be feminism also, like that sexual
Yeah.
liberation feminism. But what I get annoyed by is not mentioning that this is the path that the elite white dudes gave you for the most part. They was
Hmm.
never gonna let you challenge their power and their money. They told you go do something with your physicality. Go do that. But you ain't coming over here challenging class. You're not coming over here challenging money. We gave you the route. Go get educated or go be loose. Choose one. But you ain't coming after us and our money, right? So, I mean, Kim is playing the game on the other route. She's doing the whole chastising men, particularly working class men, because she can't get the elite dudes, so that's not even a conversation. And so she's going down the other route. It's still the same route where you don't actually make content going at the elites, right? That put pretty much all Americans in these neat boxes that don't actually challenge the overall system. And you do some lip service to it every once in a while, but you really ain't about that. So meh, right? So that's my issue with her. But when she stay out of the intellectual misandry lane, I she's actually pretty damn good.
That's the only reason I said I kind of like her.
Right? No, I get it. And then going to something else that you were saying. What's
She said books
go
are her friends.
Mhm.
So my question is, and this, I'm just showing my age because I turned 40 a while back. And so Toya, my question to you is, do you remember the name of LeVar Burrell and the show Reading Rainbow?
Yeah, LeVar Burton. Yeah.
LeVar Burton and Reading Rainbow.
Mhm.
For anybody who's wondering, that was Geordie from the Star Wars Next Generation.
Reading Rainbow.
right? Right?
Listen, I'm
But
in
she
my
did say
20s,
book-
man, and I remember that show, bro. Yeah, bro, that show was around for a while.
Yeah.
I remember growing up with that show, all those 80s babies and whatnot. Shouts out to us.
Yep.
But I will say, being like she said, as an only child, books was her friends.
Mhm.
Didn't she have a lot of and she she learned how to be more sensible about her life. But then again, her mother
Mhm.
has been positive in her life. But just because but although she was raised by a single mother, Toya, your father. What was your relationship with your father? Because I know your father is a former veteran,
Yep.
and you were close. Were you not? Are you guys close?
Well, we were not close growing up. He was not in my life, but
Mhm.
we are
Uh-huh.
close now. He was just here to visit me last week.
Oh, how's he
Oh,
doing?
that's what's up.
Yeah,
That's what's up.
it's funny, not to mention another content creator, but he was on Mace's channel talking sports, so it was really nice
No,
to
no,
see
you could do
him.
that. Yeah, no, you could do that. You could mention, as long as it's not a person that I'm at war with. Yeah, y'all
Right.
can
No,
mention.
no,
Yeah,
no, no.
yeah.
No, but it was
Who's
Right.
nice
at war
to
with
have him
Mr. Z?
here.
Get out of here.
No, nobody yet, because all the people I be poking at, they either don't acknowledge me or they act like they don't know who I am. Shout out to you, Yanni.
Hmm.
Bro, hey, I done seen homegirl do some real course correcting. She's starting to cover larger conversations, but she still be having a way warped perspective. I'm like, bro, you listening in, bro. You listening in. I know you. Maybe Kim ain't listening in. Maybe the rest of them, and Chrissy and them ain't listening in. But you, Yanni, you listening in, bro. It's okay. It's okay. I love you too.
She can
With your
join the conversation.
right, with your bitter, used to be big, now you not so big and you thick now, but you still bitter about being big ass. Anyway,
So,
Stretch marks galore.
the issue that I have with Yanni.
go ahead.
I believe that she's actually trying to do some good things and give women good advice. The problem is
Hmm.
that the way she presents it, it's very one-sided, and she distorts
Hmm.
it in a way that provides positivity to the women and negativity to the men instead of being fair and balanced. See,
You know,
that's the issue I have with a lot of these creators.
and
Right?
you know,
And
being
they're doing that with intention.
No, they just lie. That's
yeah.
all. They just sell a bunch of feel good lies. That's all it is.
Kevin,
Big Kev, you hit it on the nail right there. You hit it on the nail.
I see where Kevin C is coming from, but I can't help but see what Yanni's doing, because okay, the intentions are one thing, right? We already know the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But because I truly think that's what Yanni thinks she's doing, but she's being animated and fueled by childhood trauma. Same thing with Kim from Fort Harriet. So what actually does come out is tinged at the least with resentment towards men, right? Let me read this real quick, actually. Kaneda says, Toya is deaf and a student. She helped Mr. Z pronounce my name correctly.
That was me,
Right?
actually.
Wait, no. Wait. It was both of you, right? It was both. You said it, but Toya has been trying to get me to say it phonetically the right way in the comments, right? And it was kind of a fusion of the two that actually got me to
Yes,
say
you're
it.
being
And
diplomatic. You're being diplomatic. You
and
don't want to cover
not
the
only
check.
that, wait, no, it's not just that, but what he had a soul. So Toya made a whole video saying justice for what he had a soul, what he had assholes. See what he had asshole, and I shared it in my comedy, excuse me, not my comedy, my community chat, because I think we finally see. I just mispronounced it again, but what we had asshole, or what he had asshole, what he had asshole. Anyway, because I kept on getting that way wrong, right? I pronounced it wrong. Roger Report pronounced it wrong. We always pronounce it wrong, and I think Toya was finally like saying justice for him. So yeah. Definitely true, Kaneda. And I had to read, because Trell said, "Take a look, it's in a book." That's the part of Reading Rainbow that I was thinking about too. Funny enough, so that's hysterical. Going to what Big Kev and Kevin C was saying.
Mhm.
So I do think that these people, some of them mean well, some, um, but the person that I think, when I look at a person that means well and that I even disagree with, but I don't think they're full of all this toxicity, is Julesy. Julesy is the one I see that I'm like, okay, I disagree with her on certain things, like the whole women leaning more on community because this kind of romance man thing is going to be a failure. I disagree with her on that, but so much of what her analysis on things, you could see it's not filled with, I'm still mad about who didn't want me in high school. That's not what you get from Kim for Harriet, and that's not what you get from Yanni necessarily. Another person I think that might be on that same lane is Nappy Headed Jojoba, which you could see maybe, you know, she wasn't, or she's not fueled by some childhood resentment. All the rest of them, in varying degrees, I just wait. You just wait long enough, and they're gonna tell you something about high school. You just wait long enough, and middle school, high school, and maybe at the latest college is gonna come up. And once again, Kim, Yanni, Khadijah, Chrissy. You let them talk, and eventually it comes out, right? I don't necessarily put Paris in that lane because I think Paris' real thing is she's about this money, right? So she's like capitalist through and through, and she will, like I say to all the people that listen to her, Paris is going to walk you off the edge of the cliff, and right when you're about to fall, she's going to grab your purse and take the money out and let your ass fall, right? She's married. She's possibly going to have kids. She's good, right? She's good. All the rest of you, not so much, right? Not so much. And yeah, so go, yeah. I see where Kevin C is coming from. Like I said, I see Yanni, trying to review different things, give her perspective, her analysis, and she's so resentful about brothers, maybe when she was pudgy or whatever. The analysis is like warped as hell, and I don't even have a problem with the bias so much. I think we all are. I actually agree with the brother FD Signify. I think being objective is now. I do believe in objectivity, so that's why I disagree with him. I just don't know how well we do as human beings being objective. I think it's something to aspire to. I think it's something that you always aspire to, but most
I
of us
think
will never get there. Go ahead.
Well, the
no,
truth is,
I think
oh,
that
go ahead.
yeah, I was about to say no. I think that subjective and objective, you can actually be a little bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, think of something objective like math. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got to be
So
objective with math.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there are subjective and objective elements. It's just a matter of just finding the balance. But in regards to, we talk about Real Talk with Yanni and people like that, here's what it really is, Mr. Z. Again, they've come out with these aggressive hardline misandrous views over the last 40 to 50 years, and now
Yeah.
because of the cost of their lives are starting to outweigh the benefits of the lives, they're forced to walk a lot of that stuff back. Think of Oprah when she talked about how, for the
Yeah.
most part, the deadbeat black dad thing is mostly a myth. Yeah, of course it
Yeah, she
was.
did that recently with the dad panel she did with last year or the
Exactly.
year before. Yeah. And you spent 40 years defecating on black men, 30, 40 years, and now you got to walk
Exactly.
that back.
Exactly. And that's what you see a lot of that so-called them quote unquote giving women advice. No, it's they came out the gate basically lies and BS and basically what happened was, especially with a lot of these women, is right, is that just like how a lot of young men physically think we're invincible even though we're not, what happens is that most young women, especially in this society, they think that they're emotionally invincible. They think nothing can, they think their heart's just like emotional fortress, can't nothing, get to them emotionally until they, like I said, until they're forced to be hit with the reality of actually, being out here in the streets, until they get invited. Exactly. Until they get invited to that party and realize, oh crap, it's actually an orgy. You actually don't feel comfortable having sex with in front of a bunch of people. That's when it hits them that they're really not cut out for this. You know what I mean? Or when they realize that they kind of feel sick and depressed because they keep screwing all these random dudes and all they do is just bust on them and leave. That's when that's when it hits them that maybe they're not. It hits them
when the tires start screeching when he leaving.
Exactly. That's when they realize, like, oh crap, you know what, man, I'm really not cut out for this. And then what they try to do is they try to massively course correct, but then by then it's too late, because again, when it comes to men, it's like, listen, I mean, they're not gonna, we're not gonna stop you from having sex, but men are always gonna have a preference for women that are not promiscuous when it comes to long-term relationships. It's always been that way. Trying to guilt and shame them into not preferring women with low body counts for long-term relationships is stupid and pointless. It's like telling women not to like guys who have like, a muscular frame.
Let me say this to what you're saying, Big Kev. So for those of you that remember me always bringing up the fact that by the time they get to 27, 28, that's when they want to be celibate, right? Until they early 30s and whatnot. That's what I'm talking about. So that's when the temper tantrum, that's the temper tantrum stage. What that really is God, I tried to live life how I wanted to live it, and it's fine. So I can't have the type of men I want. I'm shutting it all down. Ain't nobody getting no pussy. Okay.
And then, and then the problem with that is that, again, as many people have pointed out, as a woman, you lose 90% of your eggs by the time you're 30. So it's like time is against you. You know what I mean? Time is for you.
That's why I blame feminists. Real quick, name. Right after. So this is once again, shout out to the Brother Roger Report. You got to be held accountable for what you believe in. But I blame the feminists for this part that you're saying, because they're not honest with young women about pretty much how the game is going. Look, we've been trying to socialize these men to be down with older women. We've been trying to socialize these men, and we've actually been pretty successful at these men being socialized to be okay with women that earn more than them, or that may have a better position than them, or maybe even be more intelligent or educated than them. But we don't know how to socialize you to be okay with it. So now you are someone over the age of 30, who's highly educated, who might be making some 70, 80 grand a year. That's not the problem. And you're bitter, and your list of your standards is as long as a goddamn scroll. And we don't really know what to do for you. So maybe you can enjoy some same-sex relationships as you being more of the masculine and head of household with another woman. Shout out to you, right? So I blame the feminists for that, particularly the radical feminists, right? And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna reshare the documentary Angry Women so that people can watch that. And it's something I covered maybe over a year ago at this point. The documentary Angry Women, which was speaking to exactly what we're speaking to now, which is like these kind of social engineers, and these. It was mainly held in Britain. It was pretty much only held in Britain, but a documentary that was produced by the BBC speaking about radical feminists and some of their ideology and how they were living. And you had women that were married with children who decided to leave their husband and their children to go into this lesbian coven and be a radical feminist. I'm dead ass serious. Right.
Yeah,
so again, those are the type of people that help to create policy around women and women's rights in Britain. And those same type of women in America, this is where you get the Combahee River Collective, was on the same thing. But go ahead, Big Kevin, then I'm naming because I know what this one.
Yeah, I was about to say, and again, like you said, it's like, and that's the reason why, that's the real reason why a lot of people in this space get so much pushback. Is because when you talk about guys like Richard Reeves and whatnot, when they talk about the War on Boys, even Valuetainment had a video last year talking about, the crisis of boys.
Yeah.
Here's what it is. They can't just come out and admit, listen, we thought we could promote this misandry. We thought that we could somehow maintain a functional society, whilst promoting, this female supremacy and whatnot. We were wrong, and we're sorry, and we need to,
course correct like a mug.
Exactly. They're never going to come out and admit
They're
it because
never gonna do it, Kev.
because they're just going to because that would mean admit that they were wrong.
Yep.
Social engineers would have to admit that they were wrong, and they were wrong the whole time, and they were too prideful and arrogant to just admit that they were wrong.
Yep.
So instead, what they want to do is they want to kind of tacitly, they want to lambast us and shame us while tacitly, while tacitly implementing a lot of the solutions that we propose.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Victim blaming.
They misunderestimated me.
Exactly. Exactly.
I never heard that before, Big Cat. I'm still in that. I mean, Kevin C.
They misunderestimated the men and what men's response would be.
Mm-hmm. That's what the Roger report said that. So the Roger report said that also, and I'm getting a little bit of echo. Name, I'm gonna let you up right after this.
Right.
The Roger report said that, which is like they didn't expect us to get here this fast, right? They didn't expect the men to mature and be like, wait a minute, something's not right here. They didn't expect us to do that this early, right? And go ahead, name.
First of all, to start with the whole thing about fertility and shit. It's not just that you lose all your eggs by the time you're 30. The quality of your eggs go down by the time you enter your 30s, which means so
it's less and less quality.
Not just less quality. If you do conceive a child later on in life, that means you have greater chance. First of all, your chances of conception later on is going to be difficult. And if you conceive, the chances of having a child with birth defects is even higher, and your chances of miscarriage even more so.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Hold up. Wait up.
Go ahead, Nemo. Go.
Not just that, also, you're gonna have also, you also have what's this called? Childbirth mortality and shit like that. You have a great back in the day, it was not. I mean, you're looking at a possible C-section here, folks. Women in their 40s should not be having children, and because a natural birth is out of the question. Because your pelvic muscles, I mean, your entire pelvic region is not what it used to be in its 20s. That's why a lot of them have to go like, hysterectomy. No, not whatchamacallit. A C-section. In some cases, like, that's why a lot of them are also trying that's why you had a movie with what's her name, Amy Poole and Tina Fey called Baby Mama, where they have to hire a surrogate and shit like that. That's why you have like sperm donors and shit. That's why women are freezing their eggs, even though there's an expiration date on that only lasts for like 5 years at the most. And on top of that, there's also when we're talking about the boy crisis. I remember watching a documentary on Netflix called "The Mask He Lives In." Now, unfortunately, that was really kind of.
You said it's called the mask he lives in.
The Mask He Lives In. They were talking about the boy crisis. I'm not sure if it's still. It's not available here because Netflix is region restriction. So it might be still available where you're at. But I remember they were like, when I watched it, and I was already hit to BGS and all the MGTOW stuff already opened my mind to all this shit. So when I saw the documentary, the minute they started bringing up misogyny, and female gender bias and whatnot, and they brought up that old clip of Elliot Rodger, I realized, oh shit, this is a half-ass.
We don't say his name, we say consummate gentleman over here.
My apologies.
That's how he referred to himself. So that's the way of kind of, because the algorithm be searching for these phrases. That's why I know it's gonna get flagged with this video anyway, because I said the word incel, but we ain't gonna go all the way there and say his actual name. But go ahead.
Well, the Eurasian narcissist, because he was Eurasian narcissist. He actually wasn't. He was actually an NPD. Yeah. He had the telltale signs of narcissistic personality disorder. But
he referred to himself as Eurasian, so that's a good way to refer to him also. Go ahead.
Oh, I know a lot of Eurasians. So the Eurasian narcissist, as I prefer to call him, unlike the Nordic narcissist, that's another discussion for another time, folks. When they brought when I saw that him and everything, making him the face of misogyny and everything, I'm like, oh hell, we're gonna have. I knew there was a bit of a bias in there. This is no different than watching this documentary I watched that's available on YouTube by BBC called "The Biology of Dads," because the latter half of that talks about the influence that a father has in a girl's life.
Mhm.
And they also talk about, and I mentioned this before, like Dr. Sarah Dunham, she did some research where she talked about how the presence of a father determines at what age a woman starts starts her menstrual cycles and shit. Because if there is an irregular presence of a father,
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I've heard this before.
because a lot of folks don't understand this, a father's presence determines at what age she starts menstruating. Because if there's a father not present, and a lot of evolution psychologists and biologists have figured out, the theory is that innately, if a girl realizes that there's no male presence there to protect her as a child, that will cause her to accelerate the sexual
menstruate
maturation
earlier.
process. But not only that, but here's a drawback to it. It also kickstarts the aging process. Because here's what happens: most girls who did not have a father in their lives, who did not have a consistent it's not just a lack of a presence, but they had a good relationship with the father, because some of them come from dysfunctional households or abusive fathers and whatnot. If they grew up like that, they're more likely going to innately, at a innate level, just start their menstrual cycles those 6 months to a year before than they're supposed to. Then the aging process begins, because the theory is they have to enter sexual maturation hoping to attract a male that'll provide them with protection and resources and whatnot that they could not get as a child. But the problem is the aging process also increases. So by the time most of these women are 30, they'll look a lot older than they actually are. The ones who had a consistent relationship with their fathers, they began their menstrual cycles when they were, because they had a stable environment to live in.
Let me address this real quick, Naaman.
And end up looking younger.
Let me address this. So I think it's called Snide Life, Second Life, or Second Life, maybe Second Life. Okay, brother. You have to tell me how to pronounce that. I'm gonna just wait
maybe.
Maybe. But Mr. Z, new subscriber, love your content. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Toya said, "Wow, mine started at 11." So yeah, Toya. So I've been hearing this for a little while, right? So which is yeah. So essentially, it's you put young women and you put girls in precarious situations, and they start menstruating early because they need to secure a man for protection and prevention.
Yes.
So your body goes into safety mode, and safety mode is we need to start producing kids for some man. So we need to carry up in here.
No, producing estrogen and the hormones we need to. We have to we have to jumpstart the sexual maturation process
early.
To attract the male.
Yeah.
But there's always a drawback with that, because there's no guarantee you will secure a male that provide you with resources and protection.
Yeah. Well, this is the mind over matter. This is nurture over nature thing, right? So
no, this is nature over nurture.
No. What I'm saying that is although we live somewhat, especially if you live in the West and you live okay-ish, because your father isn't there, and because maybe you are not living maybe up to par with what we consider kind of middle class, you still have this happening, even though you're not living in the jungle, right? We're thousands of years outside of that, but yet there's still this biological reaction to a lack of safety or feeling of a lack of safety and precarity. Right.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. And again, that's the harsh reality that those are things that, like you said, that the feminists don't want to admit. They don't want to admit that. What they want is they want fathers to be involved on an ad hoc basis. You know what I mean? Like
Disney dad, basically.
Exactly, the Disney dad. Exactly.
The Disney dad on the weekend.
I'm stealing that. That's funny.
That was I think that was from Tommy Sotomayor, by the way.
Oh, Tommy said that's a good one for Tommy from Tommy.
In fact, if sorry to interrupt on that one, because I remember everybody remember Black Phillip. If everybody remember, there was a podcast that followed where Dante Nero, that was Patrice's co-host in Black Phillip, had a podcast called Beige Phillip, because motherfuckers think he's Puerto Rican when he's black. He had Tommy on the show. And
did he? I never knew.
This was like in 2015. This was in the early part of it. This is before they revamped and renamed the show Man School 202.
Mhm.
But in the early days, in the first few years of it, they had Tommy Sotomayor on it, and because Tommy also had developed a relationship with Dante because he was trying to do the documentary called Fatherless America,
Yeah, yep,
was
yep,
still
I
a
remember that.
suspect. I'm not sure what happened to that.
Mhm.
But he also said something really important, I remember. He said that when you look at black women who keep having babies out of wedlock, especially the ugly ones, they use the baby to confirm that they are sexually desirable or to boost their egos because somebody fucked you and got you pregnant. And the baby is proof that you are sexually desirable and shit.
Yeah.
But what
Yeah, I
Toya
mean-
said, but Toya mentioned that, hold on, I gotta make sure, I need clarification with Toya. Did she get her first period at 11 or did she start puberty at 11? Because what I'm talking about was, did she because what I talked about, the theory that, the research that the evolutionary psychologists at Durham University in England had found was about how old women, the age of a woman's start having her cycles, not what age she started her puberty.
So we are dealing with, and I want to let Big Kev go after this, but
Okay.
so these people are fighting against nature, right? And we saw that, and even as good of a work as Richard Reeve has done, and the interviews he's doing, to promote the book that he wrote for men, you saw with, and I don't know how many of us saw the debate between him and Rollo, at least the first part, because there's a second part and whatnot, and I got to find a way to watch that. Probably got to watch it on demand somewhere. But what you saw, and I that's why I keep on bringing it up. What you saw Richard Reeve speaking about in his pushback towards Rollo Tomasi is essentially, because I don't recall him saying biological determinism, but still you have to act like this because you're a woman, right? And because I would argue the people that are pushing against all of this air quotes tradition, and I'm putting tradition in air quotes for a reason, is because they fundamentally have a problem with the idea that women, feminine, girl, submissive are in one lane, or majority in one lane, and then men, masculine, dominant, more aggressive, are in another lane. They just have an issue with that, and what they've been trying to do literally for a couple centuries, but definitely over the past 50, 60 years, is rejigger this so that those things are not mutually exclusive. At least they think, for them, they think of it as mutually exclusive. And what's the term, move fast and break stuff or whatever, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they're on, and they're watching the fallout. That's what I was trying to say. Like when I spoke to FDN, I was like, how long before y'all admit that this is some BS, right? And
never.
Don't thank you, because these people see the divorce rate. It's the layman that's like, oh my God, look at the divorce rate. Oh my God, look at all these young people not getting married, not having children. It's the layman. All these people that are like in the know, and that they want this is what they want. They're like, yeah, that's just the fallout of what the hell we're doing anyway, of what we wanted anyway. So you can even see that with the article that Green Gorilla covered in his video, the decline of the family. These people know they purposely targeted the income of men. They purposely elevated women to a certain level. They did that on purpose. That was done this is not happenstance. This is not accident. This is not the fallout of, what, we just want to see women do better. No, they purposely went at these things because the goal was to remove women from men's possession. They knew that the higher you elevate women, the least likely they are to want to be married to certain type of men.
Yep.
So that's why they continue to do that. That's on purpose. The fallout is that women themselves are now miserable, and what they're telling women is just deal with it. Eat that.
You got
you're gonna be single. Yeah, you're gonna be. Yeah, and it's funny when I say eat that, double entendre, by the way. And they're telling women, right? They're telling women just eat that, deal with it, because this is what we. As a matter of fact, we don't want you to be attached to men, right? So, and this is going to what Naaman was just saying. Like this, all of this is by design. And when people hear that, they think we're saying some conspiracy theory stuff. Like
Like,
no,
no, it really was by
you
design.
know,
This
yeah,
was a
yeah.
social experiment that I had said in a previous one. And by the way, Z, if you might remember at a previous hangout we had, I said this is going to break a lot of this. If when it comes to how the society is breaking because of this shit, the only people who are
Hurry up,
gonna
name it,
be,
because remember, Big Kev was supposed to go. But go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Finish up. No, finish up. Go ahead.
What I said was like, this was a social experience in a previous chat. But what I also said was like a lot of people are going to break. But the only people who aren't going to break are the ones that were broken a long time ago, like myself, because we're aware of how sick this world is and we see it for what it is. But what you talk about, will they ever admit to what's wrong? Here's another way to rephrase the question. Ask them, what do you define as acceptable losses?
That's a good ass. Neighbor, we gotta get Big Kev. Go ahead. We're gonna have to revisit that because that's really good. Ooh, that's really good. We gotta revisit that. Go ahead, Big Kev.
Well, what I kind of thought about it was like this, right? Okay, when it comes to this, like and if you guys ever get a chance to check out these essay, this 2-part essay, blog essay called like the misandry bubble. Basically, here's what happens, right?
Okay.
All
Big
like
Kev, put that if you have the link, you could put it in the live chat right now, and then put that in my comments later also. Okay.
You could just Google it. It's like within like one of the first 5 results. It's on like
the
it's called,
misandry bubble.
Parts 1 and 2. Yep.
Okay.
But pretty much here's what happens, right? Is that especially after the Civil War, like the American Civil War, right? They thought, the social planners, or should I say the ones that didn't knowingly, that unknowingly went along with this, right? They thought that all this like anti-black misandry and all this misandrous rhetoric that was hitting, brothers from the early colonization on to like the 1960s, they thought that it was going to stay within our community forever. They thought that our community was basically like a vacuum, so we just kind of just crap on so-called black men and nothing was going to happen, and we could create all these.
1 second, Big Kev. So Yvette Carnell speaks about what you're saying all the time, which is like the black community has been designated as like the trash bin of society. Like that's where all the not when we say filth, I want to be clear what I'm saying. Like the social ills of society that's where you store them, right? So all the worst of what happens to black people, right? The divorce rate, the low marriage rate, the birth out of wedlock, the lack of institutional education, all of that for the most part is higher in black communities. So yeah, that's what you're speaking to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So what happened is that like basically like our community is basically ground zero for like all this like misandrous propaganda. If you look at stuff like birth termination, stuff like that, and
canary in the coal mine, basically.
Yep, the canary in the coal mine, right? And here's what happened is that basically we were nuked with this misandrous propaganda, but what they didn't want to accept is that the fallout from it was going to get carried downwind into their communities. Now, all of Western society is starting to begin to experience the level of misandry that so-called black men were experiencing 100 years ago. So that's what I mean by as far as they don't want to accept it, because they will also have to tacitly admit that it started off with this anti-black misandry towards us. And that's why they don't want to have to admit. You know what I mean? Because it would
they promoted.
Exactly.
Big Kev, one question. Because we're just talking about what's going on here over there in the United States. Now, I'm in Europe, so me seeing it from over here, I'm thinking this could not have just been in the U.S. They could have been doing this also throughout Latin America and the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yes and no.
Yes and no,
to various extents.
Yeah, no, but it goes to what the nameless protagonist says. The plantation model going global, right?
Exactly.
So, and so going to what Neighbor's saying, like, this was in other places. I mean, like, believe it or not, I know it's hard. Let me say that. Let me pull my immigrant card or child of immigrant card real quick. Let me say this to ADOS brothers and sisters primarily. As much as y'all have issues with each other, and as much as I would argue Black Americans understand race better than any other group of people on the planet because you've been forced to in a way that most people outside of America haven't been able to deal with it. When a white dude 6'2" steps into East Asia, they fawn over him and they don't even consciously get how much they put him on a god pedestal just because he's a white dude. Where in the Black American community, we have terms for sellouts, we got terms for bedwinch, bedbook, we got all the to describe these things, these phenomenon. In other communities around the world, they don't even have phrases for it. It just is what it's in their mind. It's supposed to be that way. The white dude walks in, and we're supposed to put him on the god pedestal. He's supposed to the women are supposed to, go after him because of the height, because of the lighter skin, because of what we ascribe to that look, the social status, the money, the political position, and like I said, I'm not saying these other people are completely ignorant to white supremacy and its effects on even them and their communities and their societies. What I'm saying is I think the Black community does way better of a job investigating the fallout of this and then staying true to it. Once again, not Mindy Kaling where you critique white men, but you really want to be with the white dude. Not that shit. What I'm saying is I think the Black community in America it may do a piss poor job, but it's doing a better piss poor job than everybody else around the planet, is what I argue, right? So
I would object to that actually.
Go ahead.
Because you're forgetting.
Real quick, thank you for the super sticker to Kaneda, and then once again, thank you for the super chat to Kaneda. And he said, "Yeah, Big Kev, what goes around comes around." And go ahead, Naima.
By the way, Big Kev, what you said about the that analogy of the nuclear fallout and shit. It wasn't just a blew down road. It's more like a ripple effect.
Yep.
When you think about it, more of a ripple effect.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't just there. It was also in various parts of Africa because within Africa they were doing it to certain groups, certain tribes. And whatnot.
Oh yeah.
And as the only African in this, I'm sorry to say this to object to what Mr. Z here had to say. Mm-hmm. In parts of Africa, they were not welcoming to white. They did not like welcoming white people coming to our territories. I mean, my people were known for hospitality, but that doesn't mean we're saps. We believed in maintaining like ethnic purity because being biracial and whatnot was looked at kind of funny. Other tribes that were threatened. In fact, right now I'm watching a documentary about Queen Nzinga of Angola.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it's been narrated by Mr. Slap Chris Rock across the face, his wife.
Okay.
She's the narrator to the goddamn series, unfortunately. And I'm still bothered by the whole term woman king.
Yeah.
King. That's that. Yeah. Fuck that, bitch. You are a regent. You're a crown prince regent. That's what you are. Not the woman queen. Not the woman king. If there was such thing as a woman king, then there should be something as a man queen. But we know what a man queen is around here. Anyway.
I'm back here laughing.
Michael
Shout out to the
Ross,
rainbows. Go ahead, Nima. Go ahead.
Michael Ross, I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. You don't like listening to white dudes. I still do, but I like to listen to them and take everything with a grain of salt. So I'm very cautious. It's like it's like where I'm from. They say, our forefathers used to say, take what you can learn from the outsiders and leave the rest. Like a goddamn
Let me read the actual comment. And Michael Ross says, facts. That's why I don't listen to these white dudes in the so-called white manosphere. I'm a black man. Most of my problems are with him and his broad. And to that, I say, so I definitely agree. And I agree with Neymar. I actually do listen to them, but I know where Michael Ross is coming from. And when you listen, notice something. Notice how many of them, from Undead Chronic to Better Bachelor, they always play down the race element. I love, and this is what I want to say. And let me get at the white dudes. Let me pause right here. I love that y'all suffering on this shit. Oh, you have no idea how much talking about dancing on shit. Sisters ain't seen shit yet. You think you dancing on black men's graves? Oh, I love that white dudes going through this because they perpetuated it, and middle class white dudes was down with the bullshit, and now it's biting them in the ass and their sons in the ass. And Mr. Z is over here laughing his ass off because you thought you were invincible. You thought elite white dudes and you had something in common, and them motherfuckers been putting foot in your ass since before the Civil War, actually, since Europe, actually, right? So you keep on aligning with them because you hope one day that you're gonna win the lottery and your fucking stush ass nose in the air ass cousins are gonna accept you, and they never will.
First of
That's
all,
much of the
here's
reason.
the question to ask
Remember,
about that.
real quick. That's why. That's much of the reason. Excuse me. Why Trump had all this money, and yet he always still felt like the outsider because them rich douchebags in New York still never accepted him and his dad, even though they was rubbing elbows with him, right? So you go back to white dudes that actually don't have money, or regular white dudes, and y'all go along with the elitist white assholes and what the fuck they're on, and then the fallout is y'all are also suffering from insane self-deletion rates. Y'all are suffering from loneliness even more than black men. Y'all are suffering from
opioid addictions.
Opioid addiction, especially in the Midwest. And then you got other white people who are pushing that on y'all in the Midwest. Meanwhile, buying favor and buying good press in New York and LA, in New York and California. Why they killing y'all? You see what I'm saying? So like, I'm saying all of that to say, you know, it is a bit. It is messed up. It is what messed up what's going on with certain white men. It is, and I can say that objectively. What's happening to working class white men is messed up. But whenever y'all start playing down the race thing, it's funny how y'all can understand systems when we talk about divorce court or family court. Yep. You can understand systems well, but once we talking about racism and anti-blackness and black male misandry, all of a sudden white guys don't understand systematic shit no more. So deal with what you deal with. If you gotta suffer because you refuse to help lift the boot off of black men's neck that elite white men have on their neck, then when they put the boot on your neck, fine, deal with it. And I'm about that. You know, go ahead.
It's interesting you bring that up. I mean, yeah, we gotta worry about white people as well. But, you know, yeah, you can borrow that term, Kaneda. You can borrow the term. In fact, Mr. Z, you can borrow some of the terms I've mentioned.
Yeah. No, that was that.
You don't have to steal. You don't have to steal them. You just have to let me know you want to use them. That's cool. Just get clear.
Copyright.
Yeah, there's that copyright shit.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, but I know what a man. But by the way, it's not man queen. It's man queen because that's how we folks say it. But thinking about like how it's affected white people because like remember in the United States and in most Western countries the vast majority of people are white, so it's going to hit them harder. It's going to be more. It's going to be more pronounced among them. The problem is among black people, it's been overrepresented to an extent, or the assumption is. But unfortunately, they want to make black people the face of all this mess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the demonization of black males. Let's not forget that. Hell, James Baldwin.
Rest in peace.
Picking back to what he said.
One of the best critiquers of American society in American history. Like,
Let me get the quote because I remember this was from in his later years when he went. I think he was like at Berkeley or at Stanford. I think it was. He gave a speech and he said, to the audience, "White people know the plight of black people. You know how I know? They don't want to be because they don't want to be us."
Yep. And that's why I'm accepting of certain brothers that's part of the alternative sexual lifestyle. Because Baldwin, see, I'm not talking about what's his face, the other one, Rushton. Rushton, y'all can keep him. But Baldwin, that brother right there was cold. Even though he was getting down with what's his face.
He made it perfectly clear. And
who did he pipe again? Or who did he get piped by?
No.
What's his face? God damn.
You talking about the one from Empire?
No, 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 no. I'm talking about the famous white celebrity from the 60s and 70s. I forgot his name. That they say that what's his name Quincy Jones said that Baldwin pipe.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I forgot his name.
Unless his
Anyway,
name was
Describe him. Describe
unless you're
him.
talking about
white
Robert.
dude,
Marlon
famous
Brando.
white Marlon Brando.
Marlon
Thank you,
Brando.
Marlon Brando pipe James Baldwin. But
Vito Corleone from The
right.
Godfather.
But even though, man, yeah, Baldwin is one of. I would suggest everybody who hasn't watched this yet. His what was the name of his documentary that came out a few years ago?
2016. No, it's called "I Am Not Your Negro." It's
I am not.
narrated
It's
by. Wait, wait, wait,
really
wait, wait, wait.
good. Go ahead.
It's
Go ahead.
narrated. It won an Oscar. It came out
Yeah.
in 2016.
Yep.
It's his written words, narrated by Samuel L. Jackson.
Y'all
And
don't
the latter
understand
end
how
of part,
good it is. It's good.
the latter
Man.
end
Y'all
of
gotta
it,
watch it. Go
and
ahead.
the latter end, like the final 20 minutes, half hour to 30 minutes, especially when they saw this one segment when they're showing like clips of the show The Price is Right.
Mm-hmm.
What he said and that what was written but narrated by Samuel Jackson just tells you everything that is wrong with American society or what's wrong with our generation and younger, the cognitive dissonance and everything about it.
Yeah.
Baldwin foresaw a lot of shit.
Yeah. Well, remember, he spent a lot of his time outside of the U.S., so it gave him, and this is something you hear a lot of passport bros say, right? When you leave the U.S., it just gives you, and we got Kevin C in here. When you leave the U.S., it just gives you a different lens. Zulu has said it. Kev C has said it. I've heard a lot of brothers that have been
Kev C,
overseas.
where you at? Where have you been?
No, I think Kev C is here now, but
down
he.
in Central America. I'm down in
Yeah.
Central
See.
America.
Oh. Okay. See. Yeah.
We're in Central America.
Down in Honduras.
Oh, Honduras.
So I
Okay.
go back.
Okay.
Matter of fact, but it's interesting. I'm in the States right now. I go back and
Oh,
forth.
okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm actually traveling today.
Okay.
But let me read this real quick, you guys. Let me read these real quick. And Canada says, "Man, Queen."
DWL. What does that mean? I'm showing my age. That's why I'm asking the question.
Right.
DWL.
You now feel like your young folks and your language and your memes and your
What the fuck you talking about?
and your analogies and your and let me read the next. And Canada says, the true Rainbow Coalition was the Black Panthers trying to convince poors across America that the rich don't care about anyone regardless of race. So this is where you get into Fred Hampton speaking to the hillbillies, and actually getting some type of agreements and concessions, and then he was assassinated. So there's that. And of course,
I got a better example of that actually.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Look at the term redneck. You know where the origins of that is?
Isn't that from the whites that were outside working the fields and
No.
okay, so that's what I was told, but okay.
The true origins is in West Virginia when you have black and white coal miners.
One of the poor states in the union, by the way. Go ahead.
Coal miners in Virginia, West Virginia, black and white, trying to form a union and protesting the poor working conditions they were under. And they all wore red scarves, hence the term redneck.
I thought it was okay.
Too. I've heard that origin story.
I never heard that.
I've never heard that one.
Thing because it makes more sense to most people, but yeah, I've heard that story too with the union workers and the protesters.
Oh, by the way, to quote Indigo Flow, thank you for $2, says that's what black folks is for. So so whites can stay white. I'm like, first of all,
yeah.
If I can digress a little bit here.
Go ahead.
I have to give a shout out to one Dan Carlin, who has from Hardcore History. He has also a show called Common Sense with Dan Carlin, where he talks about political stuff. And I remember in one episode.
Okay. Oh, here we go right here. Nema, we got our answer. Dying with laughter.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, Kaneda. I am good at this. I am
and Indigo Flow says the Jamaican version of LOL. Okay.
Is that
I've
what
seen
it
it
is?
before,
Okay.
right? But I never knew what it meant. I just was like, okay, I'm just gonna those things that you just leave alone, and you're like, one day somebody's gonna say it in passing, and I'm like, oh, okay, but I'm gonna keep that to myself. That's what I was waiting one day to see what DWL will. Thank you. Okay, we found out today. All right, continue. Go ahead, Emma.
That's cool. I remember, when you're talking about whiteness and shit, I remember Dan Carlin talked about this. He said, first of all, a lot of people in America were considered white until after the Civil War. Prime example would be Irish. Because remember, when they say
Mm.
white, they say white Anglo-Saxon. Now,
It's in
now
Protestant. Oh,
white
let's
Anglo-Saxon.
make sure that we get this right. WASP. So what Namer is describing is like because people of color, primarily black people, we just think anybody that has like this kind of skin is just white under this umbrella. And yes and
It
no,
don't work
right?
that way.
So in America, it's
No.
really WASP,
Yeah.
right? It's white
White
Anglo-Saxon
Anglo-Saxon
Protestant.
Protestant.
All the Irish and Italian and whatever just got considered white yesterday, and they're still not the richest whites. Believe it or not,
Hey,
WASP whites are still the richest whites. Yes,
Mr.
the
Z.
Jewish community punches above their weight, but everybody
German
outside of
too.
the Jewish community, yeah, they don't really got money like that.
But here's the
But go
thing.
ahead.
Here's the thing. I'm
Mr.
trying to
Z,
get that.
I'll give you the perfect example.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys the perfect example.
Go ahead.
Charlie Sheen and Martin Sheen. It's the reason
They're
why
from
they
Spain,
changed their
actually.
names.
Yeah.
They changed the
I'm
names from
just saying, but it's
SOS.
and it's
Ramon
obvious
and
because
Carlos.
of course, because of the phobia when it comes to Spanish, apart
Yeah.
from being Catholic as well in this
Mhm.
Yeah.
country.
Oh
So,
yeah. And
Yeah,
more importantly,
yeah.
Emilio Estevez and Charlie's mother is Jewish.
Yeah. Oh.
yes,
Carlos
that's true.
Estevez.
That is
Isn't
true.
what's his
Ramon.
name?
Hold up.
Go
Just
ahead.
but what I'm trying to get at is the Irish were never considered white until like after the Civil War because
Yeah.
they're Celtic. So is the Scots. So is the Welsh. And when they started first coming to to the shores of America, some of them came as indentured service. Others came later because of the potato famine. And you guys look in the potato famine because it's more than what you've seen. They were always considered a mongrel race. They were called mongrels.
Imagine being called a mongrel.
It's not even dude.
God
Go
damn.
back to the 20th century. Go back to the 20th century. If you look at certain folks during World War II, they considered the Slavic people subhuman, just as much as they considered the Jews subhuman.
Yeah.
However, I live in Scandinavia. The Nordics were kind of seen as very unique because a stereotypical Nordic was blonde and blue eye. When the truth of the matter is, there's the biggest concentration of blue eyed people is within the Baltic region, specifically in around Denmark. But you have more, and I live in Norway, and people always think Swedes have more blondes. No, actually, there's more blondes in Norway than in Sweden, and Sweden has a larger population than Norway. But to be considered white, Eastern Europeans weren't considered white until after the fact. Italians, no.
Yeah.
Chinese,
Yep.
no. Japanese through a couple of through the Supreme Court.
I say that all the time. Yeah. The East Asians and the South Asians both sued to be considered white in America, and they both were told, "Yeah, you white, but you ain't Caucasian, nigga."
Or Arabs for that matter. Hell, I mean, look at
you ain't white.
Look at
Yeah,
Caucasians.
the Arabs are considered white in the Middle East and over in North Africa.
Yeah, but they're not Caucasian though. Hey, so like better you said it. Gotta be the right white. Exactly. You white, but you ain't white like I'm white.
Or Germanic
So
white,
in
for
other
that
words,
matter.
by the way, that's just white people saying you ain't no real nigga. Like that's white people's version of saying you ain't no real nigga.
You had wars.
Can I touch on something?
I'm sorry. Come
Go
on,
ahead.
R. Come on, R.
Oh, I just wanted to say what you were saying, Mr. Z, about like with the
Mm-hmm.
opioid epidemic affecting the white population, especially here in the Midwest. Because I'm from Chicago, and everyone know about the 290 highway into the west side of Chicago. The west side of Chicago and the ghettos over there are heroin central, which a lot of these white boys come from affluent suburbs like Schaumburg, like Bolingbrook, and different places like that, and they drive right into the west side of Chicago off of the 290 highway to get their heroin because they have an opioid epidemic. Yeah, heroin. That's what they say in the Midwest.
Right.
But,
Yeah, because when you're hooked, you're hooked from here on.
Let me intro. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, so they opioid addiction starts off more expensive, but then when they run out of money, that's when they start getting the good old cheap black tar heroin, and they start making their way
Black
to the
tar.
city.
I've heard about that. Yeah,
Thank
right.
you,
Like
Indigo Flow.
that's the toxic stuff, right? That's that super toxic shit.
Thank you, Indigo Flow.
Crazy.
And it's very cheap. And a lot of the time, when the Chicago police pull them over, they know what they're over there for because everybody knows Chicago is segregated as hell. So black areas in Chicago are black areas. You
Yeah.
driving miles for miles and nothing but black people. So when they see them over there in the hood, they like, I know what you all are over here for.
Yeah.
And
Did-
sometimes a lot of the times they'll give them a warning or tell them keep it moving. And another thing I also wanted to touch on is that because I just wanted to say my piece and let everybody else speak. But I saw your video when you were talking about crystal swirls and different
Yep.
things. And the most important thing for us to take away from this is that this is why like I don't really feel too bad for a lot of the working. I feel bad for the working class white people, but they went along with it because the main objective in this country was to destroy the black family. And when
Yeah.
you see how hateful these divestors are, and how and how self-loathing a lot of black women are, these are the same women that's been raising children. Because one thing they
Yeah.
thought about, if it's anything that we can do to destroy the black family, if we can't get to them and break them down
We'll
physically,
get the
we got to go
kids.
through the women. We'll go through the
The
women,
women and the
and
kids.
that's
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
exactly and that's exactly what they did. They went through the women. They gave them subsidies. They gave them government assistance. They invested millions into, pumping out media full of, feminist, rhetoric, putting, of course, feminist rhetoric within the educational system,
Facts.
demonizing black men. And then you have a black boy that grew up with a self-loathing mother, and he ends up becoming
Mm-hmm.
self-loathing himself, and he looks at other black men in the same way, and he also, adapt the emotional intelligence of his mother, so he's not able to rationalize, and before you know it, he's shooting another black man in the street within the ghetto. And then you take, of course,
Yeah.
the drugs and lack of opportunities, and you throw that into the mix as well. One last thing that you said when you was talked about Christy for a brief second, and you said Christy let you guys know she's doing it for the money. I don't know if you
Yep.
remember Christy's old lives when she used to talk about her sister, and she would say that her sister was involved in an interracial relationship. And part of me thinks she shares the same mentality because when she would talk about her sister, she'll be like, my sister don't care about you Negroes. She don't care about you Negroes at all.
Yep.
So that goes to show you that she's on the same type of wavelength. She came into it looking for some type of lane where she can make
Yeah.
money out of it.
And the
And now
colorism
that
was
she
the
realized,
lane initially, and yeah.
right,
Yep.
because at first she was pro-black, then she switched it to
Yep.
colorism,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
once she switched it to colorism, then she started demonizing black men, and then
Yep.
once she started demonizing black men and calling black men colorists for every little incident, then when she seen that the divestment lane was open, she was dipping in and out of that. And
Yeah.
now, like what you're saying, now she's trying to reel her audience in because she knows she supported the divestment movement. Now she's trying to
Yeah.
go at the divestors. So to
Because they
try to,
sounded even more insane than her.
yep,
What it
exactly.
is yeah. What it is, and ironically, even though he's had his gripes about the space, he actually wrote an article about it. He called Sean James wrote an article almost 10 years ago called like the Afrocentric. He called them like the boho chick. What happens is that
Hmm.
they come in with this aggressive, radical, pro bliggity, 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 bliggity black views, but really all it is just a coping mechanism because like they're so-called pro-black
Shout out to D Block.
right, their so-called pro-black rhetoric is just a coping mechanism for them not being accepted by like white people. Like they're mad about it, which is why
Mm.
they always switch up. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah.
They start off
Once they
being
get
radically
response.
playwright and then they switch up because that was really the whole point. They weren't upset at the racism, they were upset because they weren't accepted.
Then we're in. Yeah. And let me add to this to what you're saying, to what 18th letter and what Big Kev just said. What does neoliberalism look like on black women? When you all about your money, you have a market-based valuation of everything. What does that look like on black women? We talk about what it looks like on men. We talk about what it looks like on black men. We talk about what it looks like on white women. We never talk about what a market-based valuation on everything, including the opposite sex. When black women adopt that, what does that look like? And I would submit to you, you get Chrissy, Yanni, Paris, you get those type, you get
And
Lexus Exodus, you get
hey,
those
Mr.
type
Z.
of people. Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Z, do you
Go ahead.
remember when Paris actually did the story back in the day of the two? It was two women that was from Queens, New York. So they were biracial. They was half Japanese, half black. She
Hmm.
did the story on. They had like a hair care line where
Hmm.
Uh huh.
the one sister started dating some white guy, and later
Italian
on
dude,
for
yeah.
some reason
She died mysteriously, yeah.
yeah, she died mysteriously, and he
And
took
he
over her
tried to,
business,
yep,
and he created the beard. He created like a beard product with the same formula from her business, and he took that business and capitalized off the. So she knows
Mm,
exactly what she's doing. I
yeah.
remember Paris' old material from back in the day. She knows
Me too, yeah. I got
exactly
some of
what
it.
she's doing.
And
Okay.
like I said, these, okay, hopefully you guys can still hear me. But yeah, okay, so
Yeah, you're
um
good.
this is the thing with those people. I'm not about you making your money. I think the current environment, because first of all, the environment's anti-black. And then the current environment really is about, yo, as long as you can find that razor thin line between ethics and making your money no matter what, which by the way, we might even turn a blind eye if you stick your big toe over it. And depending on how much money you make and how big you are, we'll be okay if you just fly past the line completely. Shout out to all the mega corporations, right? And when you
Mm.
live in that society, it produces, I think, the worst type of personalities out of people because it incentivizes you to be an asshole and to be a shark. And so
The
I don't
incentives
put
are
that
to be dysfunctional. First of all,
exactly.
think about it this
Real
way.
quick, Nemo, before you get into it. And so I think what we see coming from certain type of black women
Mhm.
is an anger that they can't perform class and they can't perform opulence and they can't perform extravagance a certain way. Their real issue with black men isn't that air quotes that we don't air quotes build. Their issue is that you haven't put me in the collective of black women on the absolute highest tier of wealth and the way you perform wealth. And I want to
Mhm.
do that on the highest. I really want to take European extravagance, 21st century European extravagance, and paint it black. And that's what my biggest gripe is that I can't do that. And I can't do that because you Negroes won't do what white men did on this planet over the past 500 years, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah,
How do
go
you
yeah,
ahead. Yeah.
expect
yeah,
that?
yeah.
How do you
Go
expect
ahead,
them to
Nemo.
do that? How do you expect them to do that, especially when black men have been bootless, so they can't pull themselves by the bootstraps.
Mhm.
They've been denied all education. They've been silenced. They've been killed. They've been lynched. They've been
They don't care. They don't care. They don't
forcing
care.
because
Yeah.
exactly. How do you expecting a magical Negro to come out of nowhere? Is
Yes.
that what's going on right here?
Yeah.
or
Is that how
or
it is?
go and this is where the white dudes come in, right? So it's a rhetorical weapon, like Big Kev say all the time. It's a gaslighting rhetorical weapon of these mythical magical, because you got to remember, like, these sisters is working with the white dudes in their job, right? Even the
Uh-huh.
ones they not having sex with, they know this is like some extra regular white dude. He not getting no inheritance. If he does, it's gonna be 2 pennies, right? They know, but they come back to you as a black man in the hood, and then they tell you about how Brad got all this money and he's doing it for his girlfriend and his wife, and they about to go on some $20,000-$30,000 vacation, and like most of that should be a lie, but it's to use it as like a rhetorical weapon against you to incentivize you to go out there and literally kill yourself to provide for her. And I'll end out with this one quote that Dr. T put out a couple years ago now, of a sister that made this comment that said, "Damn, I miss the days when men would die early and leave you their life insurance." That's the type of people we
Ooh.
talking about, bro. That's the type of people that this society is telling black men that you're supposed to go out there and slay dragons for. People that really want you to go out there, slay dragons, hope you get killed by the dragon in the process so that they could go reap the rewards. And this is why when you look at BLM, you have to understand they had no problem using the blood and the death of these black men for their movements, because they think like this about you and your death. At least
Think
you're
of
dead
Dr.
so that they
T's
could,
article. Think
yeah,
of
yeah,
Dr. T's. Remember, Dr. T had an article about BLM regarding the lives of black men. He said, "Silly rabbit tricks are for kids." That was the
yeah,
title of it.
yeah,
He explained it
yeah,
right then and there. What kind of group was this? I remember looking at the group and realizing, first of all, this is an AstroTurf group, not a grassroots group. This is
yeah,
not grassroots.
exactly. Yep,
AstroTurf.
that's true.
And more importantly, they were just reactionary. I remember I said to my cousin once, we talked about them, I said, dude, that group is
Supposed
reactionary.
Marxists.
No,
Supposed.
reactionary.
No. I heard you, but I'm saying supposed Marxists, because that's what they call themselves Marxists. Meanwhile, they running out the back door with the money buying mansions. But go ahead, Nemo.
supposed Marxist, a monkey's ass is all I can say.
Right?
Wipe a monkey's ass like the Rock would say, but I ain't with that shit. Anyway, before I continue, I just want to say, AB83, you are clear for landing. Come on in, brother. Come on in.
What's going on, AB?
What's going on, Mr. Z? It's funny. They talking about they want us to be more like the white man and pillage like the white man. The white man about to pay for all that shit. You know that, right?
The white man
They don't
pays it
think
with
that
his
far, bro.
taxes.
Yeah, they don't think that far. They don't. And by the way, we're really talking. I always got to bring up the class element. We're really talking about like maybe 5% of white men really benefit. 20% of them really benefit. Yes, there's white skin. That's a fact. Yeah, I'm hearing some crackling. I don't know. Somebody got to.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
But yeah, you got that right. But in all, what's going on, Snake Man? But yeah, you have that. But in reality, we know we're around the bottom 50%, and we're not. Most of us aren't even in the Appalachian region. You want to see white poverty, right?
Oh,
Many
yeah.
of us are not even in that Appalachian region. We're in major cities. We live in the Black Belt, right? Most of us, and we got some brothers and sisters on the West Coast and on
Look
the North.
at the states
but
like
mainly,
West Z. Look at states like West Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama.
Mhm.
They are some of the poorest states out there.
Yeah.
And
True,
the majority,
but I'm
and the
speaking
majority
more
are
West Virginia, Kentucky, certain parts of Pennsylvania. Like that's what when I'm talking about the Rust Belt in in Appalachian area, like the Appalachian Trail and all of that. Like I'm talking about those people, the Rust Belt, the old factory towns, right?
Is it pronounced Appalachian or Appalachian? How do you pronounce it actually?
You can say
Hey,
Appalachia. That's what how. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, guys, I just wanted to add one little thing.
Go ahead.
We definitely know that the white man is going to pay for it, but another thing we have to keep our eyes on is all of the non-whites that's eager to want to take the white people's place.
Oh yeah,
So we
the
definitely got to
brother
watch
Rogish
that.
did the brother Rogish did a video about that. It's a super long. It's like a 10-hour long stream, but almost 11. But he was speaking about the Volutainment channel that Big Kev was speaking about earlier. What's his name? Is his name Peter, the Persian cat? Is it Peter or is it it's not with a P. Anyway, PBD, his channel. The fact that you have a lot of non-white folks that are moving like white folks. So even if you literally remove white Americans from that position and white Europeans from that position, they have it's like the Sith, right? Like the Sith are gone, the actual Sith, but all the people that's using the dark force, right? They pretty much move like the Sith, right? So like that's what you get from a lot of these, like, I would argue, white identified people of color. Go into what 18th letter is saying. Like you got a lot of East Asians, South Asians, Middle Easterners. Like when I say South Asian, like all
Persians.
of them, the Persians.
Think about this way, Z.
Yeah.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's Peter. Okay, thank you, brother.
And, Peter,
EJ,
or Boutros.
Mm-hmm.
It's Boutros in Arabic, or Boutros in Persian, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But and folks, let me explain something to you. To anybody who's new, I myself am East African. I was born in the Middle East, so I've dealt with racism on three different continents here. I understand racism in like 3-4 different languages. And Persians call themselves Aryans, and it's just not just to them. It's not just them, because there are other ethnic groups that are related to them, like the Kurds. There are certain ethnicities from northern India, the Pashtuns of Afghanistan and Western and Pakistan, and the Tajiks in Central Asia. These are all Aryans. Aryan is a white term.
Yep.
So, yeah, they are a white identified color. They're brown technically, but
yep.
You look at them. Some of them have actually light colored. They're fair skin, light colored eyes in some cases.
But what did the white folks from Europe tell when the Ottoman Empire fell? What did the white folks tell the Middle Easterners? Nema, what did they tell them? You ain't us. You
were never us.
They told, and they still be trying to be white. That's why people don't know. People here don't know that Steve Jobs people was from Syria. They don't know that.
No, he wasn't Syrian. He was Assyrian.
Okay. Yeah, but
Assyrian are an ethnicity or an ethnic group you find in mostly parts of the Levant and in Iraq. Their mother tongue is not Arabic; it is Aramaic, which is related to Hebrew.
But people don't know. Like, what the reason why I'm bringing that up is the way they try to move about, particularly in America. Not even so, because Europe, y'all are a little bit more aware of like the subtle differences in air quotes white, right? In America, you just white.
And we deal with all kinds of racism.
Yeah.
And I've dealt with misconceptions to me, because a lot of them, because I'm African, they have misconceptions of where, and what I am. Because I'm black, they automatically assume.
And I'm happy that Snake Man is here real quick, Neighbor. Let's let Snake Man talk, because we talking to his lane right now. Yeah, go ahead, Snake Man.
Guten Tag, my coins.
Wolf is on Africa too. We can talk too. It's not like that. I just wanted to tell to you, because if someone follows where I mostly am, I'm mostly in the African sector, and there are huge debates about North African, West African, East African, South African. It's not, and it's always the same thing. There are some who say the white man's white man's eyes is colder. And then we ask them, but what does the white man's eyes help us here on the continent? Because his eyes is in Europe. His eyes is in Europe.
Literally and figuratively, his ice is in Europe. But yeah.
But we do have ice. It's just on the types of very high mountains, like Mount Kilimanjaro or in the Congo.
I mean, the white man's ice, and continuing on what Snake Man is saying, that is, like, we really have to do some real digging, mental, psychological digging as people of color of when these people sailed out the Atlantic, what did they do to us? Not just the physical, right? But psychologically, what, like, when you listen to people of color talk, whether it's black folks, East Asians, South Asians, indigenous folks that now speak Spanish and call themselves Latins, right? Whatever Taino Indians are still somewhere in the Caribbean, I doubt it. Native Hawaiians, name them, like, name the people of color around the planet. I'm missing so many. Aboriginals in Australia,
Melanesians, Polynesians, Micronesians in the South Pacific.
When they sailed out the Atlantic, what did they do as they conquered and pillaged and raped around the planet? What did they do to us psychologically and mentally? And, like, because when I hear people try to give their answers on how to fix this, it almost always sounds like a backwards way of getting right back to the bullshit anyway. I'll give you a prime example. I think Vice covered I think the trans movement in New Zealand years and years ago. I want to find it. And, I want to re-find it, because I never actually watched the whole thing because I was so disgusted by the first couple minutes. And you had this, like, trans, I guess, indigenous New Zealander. I forgot what their names are. Is it Maui? The Mauis? What are they called?
The
Maoris. Okay, the Maoris. And the dude, he literally said something like, "We fight white supremacy by one trans at a time." Like, and I'm like, something along those lines. And I was like, you fucking idiot. And, like, I realized, you fucking, and, like, I don't even talk to people like that. But I'm looking at, wait, let me get this out. I'm looking at the screen like, you think white dudes give a fuck if you're trans? No, they care if their sons are trans. They would rather you be a dude impersonating a woman. That's no threat to white supremacy at all, you fucking numbskull. Like, right, that's, it's like, it's kind of weird. It's such a messed up way of viewing white power, because you think intersectionality is really a threat to white power. It's not a threat. They entertain that shit because it's not a threat. Kimberly Crenshaw.
First of all,
exactly. Say a lot for the people in the back, Mr. Z.
Right? Like, god damn. Go ahead, yo.
First of all, as somebody who's taken up classes in anthropology, and I remember there was a documentary, I've seen some documentaries about trans folks. A lot of people don't know there's certain tribes in the South, in Southeast Asia, in the Pacific Islands, and in the Americas among Native indigenous populations, where trans people are accepted.
Mhm.
But that does not. But you're seeing you cannot view them from a Eurocentric, ethnocentric viewpoint because their viewpoints are still based on the Victorian era. Not to mention Christian missionaries, whether they were Protestants or Catholics, were trying to outlaw all that shit, calling it sodomy and shit like that. And in case of the Maori, I don't think Maoris have transgenders, but there is one. There you have other Pacific Islanders who migrate to Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, okay,
And
okay. So
one group in particular are the Samoans, and in Samoa there is they have male to female transgenders called the Papafini. So that person and the Papafinis, they have always had a traditional place in society, just like in India, in parts of South Asia, you've had people called the Hijra, who are male to female transgenders. But you cannot try to use those. You cannot explain those, but you cannot view those concepts from a Eurocentric viewpoint because that's ethnocentric. That's ethnocentric, and you're looking at out of that cultural context.
But that is the point. The point is because I had this discussion with the pro-blacks. I had this discussion because I told them, your women being quote-unquote strong and independent, that's not equal to them rebelling against their man and trying to fight their man. Because I'm from West Africa. I'm from Nigeria. You know how our women are. Like our women can have 6 kids and a doctorate in the backpack. It's not like having a business doesn't mean you cannot have 5 kids. They managed that. There were never a problem about this quote equality or mistreating. We didn't have such thing. But do you know what the difference is between the feminism and that what we have in West Africa? Our shit is not white. That's the difference.
Exactly.
That's the difference. That's why I always tell those pro-blacks, hey, if you want to pick something up, why you not pick something up that literally has the same color as you and has not an agenda to infiltrate you. But then there's always no, we must do it in neoliberal way. It's not progressive. Blah 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 blah. And I think to myself, so we basically want to be white boys. It's not about really the ideology. Just trying to be white boys.
Yeah, pretty much.
I appreciate you bring that up, Snake Man. Snake Man, I appreciate you bring that up.
Wait a minute, Naaman. Let me get in.
Oh, sorry, AB.
Snake Man particularly mentioned how a lot of people claim the white man ISIS coder. I can tell you, in the tech field, that is total bullshit. Yeah, they got the AI. I'll give them that. That they barely got that together. But that shit's heading by the thread. I'm more like a freelancer, but I've talked to brothers that still live, that they're on the corporate level. Oh my gosh, them white folk are winging it.
Yeah, but
AB, let me ask you a question. I'm sorry, Z, but I gotta do this every once in a while. AB.
Yeah.
Now, in most of the corporate areas, most people who work in tech or IT, the majority are not white, are they? They're mostly what, South Asian?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, because most of them are competent, and it's intense competition.
Oh, yeah, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, yo.
I mean, especially if you're talking about folks like. Oh, sorry.
To be fair, I like what the CEO of Microsoft's doing with Microsoft, because he opened it up. The Indian guy.
Is that I was just literally about to say? Isn't that the Indian cat? His face. Once you said that, I knew his face just sit into my mind because I remember seeing him when he first got the position.
Yeah. I actually like what he did with Microsoft because he solved a lot of problems that Microsoft had. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, first of all, like what I said earlier. What's up, Zulu? Just hold on a second. I'm gonna let you in. I'm gonna tag you in. But what Snake Man said earlier, talking about our definitions of what a strong woman and everything is, like also Snake Man forgot to mention in Nigeria, you have some of the highest percentage of multiple births. You have more twins born to Nigerian mothers than from any other nationality in Africa.
Really?
So that's really interesting. Oh yeah. So, but anyway, like you said, like strong women and whatnot. I remember having a conversation up here with one woman about, and I know she had a tattoo of the feminist symbol on one arm, and I asked her about that, and she said, "Don't they have that where you're from?" I said, and then I had to show her this. Then I had to show her, if I still have it, this avatar here. Excuse me if I can change that. Z, if you can blow up that avatar.
Which one? Let me see. Give me a second.
With my name on it under Big Kev.
Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second.
I never stopped putting up avatars like this. And the reason why is because I showed her this picture. And I said, this is where I come from. This is what a strong woman is. This is my mother's generation. Your mom's generation may have been going around protesting for women's rights in the 70s and 80s against the men, supposedly. My mother's generation of women were fighting alongside the men. Not just for their freedom, for their freedom, but for the freedom and rights of the whole nation. This is a legacy I inherited from them. So when you talk about strong women, I'm like, what are you talking about? And some of these women have gone on to have families, have successful careers. But like Snake Man would agree with me, they didn't come from a nuclear family. We come from large extended families. So you have a network of relatives to help you, because in Africa, it's not the nuclear family. The nuclear family is a response as that came about in Europe from the Industrial Revolution back in the middle of the 19th century.
You stepping on some toes, Namer. You stepping on some toes. Brothers don't want to hear that. You're right.
I will stomp on feet with a barefooted and all. I will stomp on your feet and break up your Timbs right now. If you guys explain that I'm stepping on toes, I'll break your feet right now because I'm telling the truth. We all come from large extended families. Snake Man, you know what I'm talking about. I had a virtual. Even though I was born in exile, I was born in the Middle East. Even though it was technically a nuclear family, because there were other families in the area. So I had a large extended family. So I had relatives and friends and families to rely on in case shit happened. When I came here to Europe, I still had that social network of sorts. Just like Snake Man, when he came to, you're still in Germany, correct?
Yep, surrounded by my kinsmen.
Yes, many in Germany, you have a lot of Ghanaians, a lot of Nigerians, and plus you got plenty of my people there, especially if you're in Frankfurt or Stuttgart. So we all have that people network. It wasn't just a woman did it on her own. She had a network of people to help her out. It's like a group of lionesses, basically. And they were behaving like lionesses. Unlike in America and in the Caribbean, in Latin America, we have women who are supposed to be lionesses behaving like hyenas and structured like in a hyena clan.
This is what it's. So once again, when they speak about network, they're doing lip service. It really is the hive model. It's I want the dudes to go out there and grape and pillage and put black women on the position that upper middle class and rich white women are, but I don't want to sacrifice anything for that, right? I don't want to sacrifice for free. And that's exactly. And so when we speak about the network, look, I said this on a previous, I think like a couple of days ago. Whatever works for black people, I'm down for. If it worked for us and we can build wealth with it and we could be stable with it and we could raise our children and don't have to worry about them either killing each other, killing themselves, or being murked by the state, I'm down with it. That's not where these other people are coming from. What they really want, like I keep on saying, is European shit painted black. Right? They don't even understand what you're saying.
Chocolate, basically.
Yeah, they don't understand what you're saying. Yeah,
they don't understand because I speak it from a context where I come from.
Yeah,
I understand.
No, but when I say what I'm saying, they don't understand. They won't even understand what you're saying. It's I can't. Yeah, it's not even that it's alien. You're speaking about you spoke about your mom's generation and their sacrifice. Them fighting, them holding arms. So there were certain Black Panther sisters that were really I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying, No, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is there were some Black Panther sisters that was down with it. There were some sisters in the 60s that was down with it with their men. But their daughters and granddaughters and now great granddaughters and granddaughters and great granddaughters are not with it, because this is also the cost of integration too. What ended up happening is that now they don't want to fight for nothing. That's where you get the no struggle love. That's where you get the I need a guarantee, or I need reassurance for all my brothers that's in the dating scene. You're dating young sisters. All they want to talk about is reassurance and assurance. And it's I don't want to risk anything. I need it on paper. I need it on wax. I need it guaranteed. I'm not risking nothing. I'm not fighting for nothing. My fight was in school. I fought to get these good grades so I could go get some middle management position job that's paying me 40 grand a year when I'm 60, 70, $80 in student loan debt. That's the fight for them.
Yeah, but think about it like this, D. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, fellas.
Go ahead.
So the problem I see is, but that is nothing special. Once again, I explained in one. Nearly all women do try to achieve something. But somehow the rest of the world still have a family.
Yeah.
That is a weird thing. So you can have your degree, you can have your business.
Somebody's echoing. Snake Man, say it again, because I wasn't able to hear you. So somebody's echoing.
You can have your degree, you can have your business, you can have your success, but I never, so like I said, from my room, it never stops them to have a big family and a healthy family. But my problem is, why is something that for me is nature, that is something that should automatically be possible without even trying, so hard for Western women?
Because okay. So this one, I'm not putting it all on the women, especially lower class women. You're living in a society that's fighting against nature every day.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not this one. I'm not gonna put all on the women. Because the people that's designing this, that's what they do. They fight against nature. And when we say that, like, technically we all fight against nature. I mean, literally, your house is built on nature. Right? They have to remove the grass and the trees and then siphon the water out if you live in South Florida, right? And all of that. So there's that.
Nature. That's a little different, bro. You know, I cut.
I
work with it. It's just
that's actually a really good point. But
unless you live in the woods, you live in the woods, bro. Like, stop.
Right.
Stop.
But try living in the desert.
But wait, real quick before y'all get too far in that. So you're living in a system that promotes this way of thinking in the first place, and so the women, many of them just go along. We're not talking about the most, like, even if they're educated, we're not talking about people that really go through fine detail and say, you know what is this costing us in the way we think, in the way we feel, in our humanity, and just basic concepts of kindness. What is living this life costing me in my humanity? We're not talking about those people. We're talking about people that just say, I want the nice shit. I want the Range Rover. I want the 6'2" plus tall dude that comes with it that makes 6 figures plus. I want that. And they don't consider or even care to consider everything that comes with that and what that's going to cost them. They don't care about that, you know. And to speak to what Snake Man was saying, and go ahead, Zulu, because Zulu hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, I came necessarily to say this, that like,
Zulu and then AB. Go ahead, Zulu.
Yeah, okay.
And then better you.
No, okay. Basically, even with the like you said, the U.S. in its infancy was basically like how I see it, like a deformed child. Basically, like the mentality of the people that live here are like no place else on the planet. Like the more you really travel around the world and you like, you know, was it compare? You be like, oh yeah, these people over here kind of like they real kind of far off the being man, right? So when you get
how
like
David
that,
says you a different breed. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when I think that's when I really started. The more I started like recently traveling, I just came back from like Tanzania like last month, right? The more I started going back and started like traveling to the continent and traveling to other places and coming back and seeing the U.S., you started really figure out, oh yeah, this place is just topsy-turvy land. Everything is just like. But then you gotta imagine, like, you give a person like a person who has topsy-turvy mindset, give them military power and dominance, and in a financial system that's built around them, you can see how shit can get out of place real quick, real fast in the world. So how I really see it, I don't know. I'm more of kind of the mindset you gonna have to kind of like change the people or change the culture, and that's gonna take a lot of either bullets or a lot of money. And I don't know which one that the U.S. got more of, or the world got more of. So, like,
that's a good one. More money, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, but they got a lot of bullets too, though.
Yeah, they do. Hey, let me read this real quick. That Trell said, Trell gotta be gold platinum trophy commentator in Mr. Z's comments. He said even when Nuck Nuck was tracking and hunting mammoths, his woman was doing hard work, which is 100. This weird ass Victorian era or Regency era sit on the lawn sipping lemonade or whatever thing you mixed and concocted that y'all done stole the spices and shit from India and whatnot.
Exactly.
and the cotton coming from America and whatever else coming the diamond ring you got coming from South Africa or something. Whatever the hell y'all got going on.
So they want to same plantation woman's life then, basically.
That's bro, they really want, but Zulu, that's what it is. They want British, German, French, American, 19th century, early 20th century life.
Upper class. No, that upper class life. The upper class.
There were a couple of things that really pushed us into this current paradigm.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, because AB don't be long winded. So AB, PK, then better you. Go ahead, AB.
Well, to that point, I've never had a problem. I'm getting reverb.
We getting some echo. Whoever mute up, y'all.
But I've never had a problem with black women working. Do what they need to do to make money. My problem is, particularly with this particular group now, they some lazy ass bitches. No, and it runs much deeper than you think.
Please repeat it for the motherfuckers in the back.
No, I'll do I'll give you one better. They some lazy ass bitches, and their great grandmothers rolled over in their grave and just look at them like y'all some lazy ass bitches because we have to do way more than you lazy ass bitches.
AB, before you stop, say what you always say about the minstrel, how they don't even teach their daughters how to clean up after themselves.
Oh my god, yeah, these bitches don't even teach their daughters how to do their cycle.
Oh, they don't, bro. The pH balance.
Oh, damn,
bro. It's. I got memes about that shit on my TikTok.
Like, God. You imagine you see a chick, you like, well, I'm about to eat that up, and then you pull her panties down, you're sorry,
bro, and it be the most finest chick. It don't be who you think it be. It be the most like model-ish looking chick. You be like, oh yeah, man, that's definitely going to be the one.
I don't even look at the IG model type. I like, nah. I see I know what y'all on. I know what Photoshop does for your pictures.
What I can say about that?
Wait, we gotta
PK.
cycle through. Yeah. Go ahead, PK, and then better you.
So I was answering or really making a statement, I guess, insofar as like how we got on the road that we're currently traveling. I mean, like a lot of this is post World War II effects, and I would argue this is mid 60s into the future is how we got here, and a lot of this is predicated upon a lot of faulty foundations. I mean, like women got to this point arguably due to no fault of their own.
Yeah.
In a whole in the Western society, and this is what we project outward to the rest of the world. And so what other people's are experiencing is by virtue of what we own. No, it actually ain't their fault. Not really. When
it's their fault for believing in the bullshit, but yeah, the bullshit isn't their fault. The bullshit isn't your average woman's fault. Maybe some elite women that was part of the organizing body of how we got here, but your average sister you run into, I'm not saying you shouldn't hold her accountable for the bullshit she's perpetuating.
Definitely.
But I'm agreeing with PK where like they weren't in the know of everything. Now they taking the bullshit tools and hitting you upside the head with, so you definitely could hit them upside the head with them being accountable for that. But how the tools got on the table and all that other shit, yeah, they weren't part of that. They weren't part
Correct. Of that. Yeah, I agree entirely with Mr. Z. That isn't the case. Is that unfortunately, a lot of the inner workings of how this society got to the place that it is now was not due to the decisions that they made unilaterally. That's not how this happened. This was a confluence of multiple variables that all struck and changed the psyche, some involuntarily, some voluntarily, by different groups in this country. That's how this happened. And we, not black men, but men specifically, as a group here in this country, did fall prey to it. They're somewhat accountable for it, but they didn't know any better because arguably they didn't have the education level of the aristocracy of this, of really the predicate of all this. And so we didn't get here on accident. Largely, some of it was accidental and they turned the accident into an opportunity, but most of it was purposeful, and we're actually headed down a direction that was guided. So the way that the women are reacting is actually in line with what was designed. This isn't by accident. So anyway, I was answering the question of how we got here in the simplistic terms. That's the best answer I can give you. I can go farther. I don't know how much farther I ought to go. It depends on
this is what we'll do. This is what we do. We got 15 minutes, but Mr. Z got to go take a little cat nap before mid work. So first, let's acknowledge the fact why I keep on saying Trell Bentley is like the funniest thing in my comments. He said food poisoning. Going back to what I said, when you see a chicken, be like, well, I'm about to eat that up. Food poisoning. Jesus Christ.
Ever get a delicious looking meal made from spoiled meat? What I can say about that is this is why I'm glad I'm a polypescatarian.
Oh my God.
Huh?
Can I ask a question? I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. I mean,
go ahead, Lupus. We gotta have better you in 15 minutes, everybody. It's a hard 15-minute stop, right? So go ahead, hurry up.
I'm gonna ask this quick question to get off. Since you said PK, I think said right, that these actions was already considered, and that you already know, like what I think it was the Chase Bank, or I think it was Goldman Sachs said 40% of women, which is most likely gonna be more. But
it's like 45% of women gonna be single and childless. I mean, it was Morgan Stanley. Yeah. Go ahead.
So basically, half the women are gonna be childless, and undateable, basically, right? So my question is, what do you gain? I mean, other than the financial benefit, what is the quote unquote stopgaps, the measurements on that? Because then that means you're gonna have a society, a whole bunch of women who are just going to be draining into society, correct?
It depends on how you perceive it and then what class that you fit into. I'm gonna be careful with what I say here because people die over these types of words. There's an agenda at play here.
I know that much.
And so what our policy is across the world to some extent hinges upon less people being here, to put it simply. And so
Georgia Guidestones, yep.
And so
yep.
Unfortunately, there are people that are unawares of what they're playing into. Women specifically, they don't exactly, they know parts and they may understand it as a conspiracy theory, but not as policy and how they may be into it.
They don't appreciate. I'll say that's the best word to maybe describe what PK is saying. They don't fully appreciate how much of this is real, right? And how much this is way bigger than you. You know where I'm going. Y'all know where I'm going. And your little gripe about some 16-year-old boy that didn't want you in high school. Like they really don't appreciate how much larger forces have an agenda for even them, right? And how that's gonna bite them in the rear end.
I actually, when I look through the history of people and history of women necessarily in warfare, that actually no, because like 9 times out of 10, when you wanted to quote unquote flip a society or find you a spy, you usually went to the women first.
True.
So actually, I don't think it's so like what is it, like they don't understand. I really truly believe they truly understand.
No. So we've got to separate the different type of women. Zulu, I get what you're saying. Okay, so there's I'll say there's the Julesy and Kim from Fort Harriet's, right? They get it. They're the nappy headed hoe, but they get it. The women like that, right? And then there's all the rest of them, right? Toya gets it. Like women like they get it, right? Whether we agree with them or not in their political views or not, though that type of echelon of woman, no, they don't need a PhD. They get it. Go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the people who understand fully. Like, I'm
okay.
And the ones who kind of know enough to understand, right? So I'm gonna say the 15-year-old girl who in high school, I'm not gonna really blame her, but like the 25-year-old chick that's out here doing what you're doing, like you getting blamed regardless, right?
Yeah.
So
I definitely hold them accountable for perpetuating the bullshit.
Yeah. Like you know enough. You know enough that you're doing is wrong. Like I mean, I ain't got
yeah. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. But let me let Better You go real quick, Zulu, because he hasn't said anything yet. Go ahead, Better You.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I kind of want to circle back. It's gonna kind of loosely tie back into what PK was saying, but when we were talking about is why is it so hard to come together and to do something natural? And I feel what's really happened is there's a war on what's natural. There's a war to change what's natural.
Mm-hmm.
To go back to a Kratos quote from God of War, like when the spirit got made, he said something along the lines of, it's not the form of something that matters, but its essence. And what I've noticed over the generations of my family is like I have a really big family. It's like 72, 73 first cousins. Mm-hmm. I got a 12 aunts and uncles.
No, he got it. Yeah, that's a lot.
You live in Memphis?
Nah, man.
Carolina.
No one lives in Memphis. They only get into trouble there, bro. I don't know.
Hey, man. Apparently there was one thing to do back in the day.
Have a good one, Z.
Wait, say again, AB?
Later, AB.
All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, AB. Later, bro.
But what I really noticed, because even it's really traditional mindset from my grandmother's generation to my aunts and uncles' generation, and I would say like my generation is kind of like where you see it waver a little bit, but the generation behind us, that's the one that's really interesting, because I love them, but there are a couple of cousins who kind of on this super liberal bullshit, and they miserable. And the younger ones, it's kind of like a boomerang. They were like, yeah, they the cool auntie, cool cousin, whatever. They went out there, they was like, oh, hell no. Nah, what Aunt Deborah, what all them was saying, it was right. Like, I don't want to do this shit by myself. I want a family. I want kids. I don't want to be raising 6, 7 kids from 2, 3 different guys.
Well, so speaking of what you're saying, Better You, real quick, Zulu, I'm gonna move out the way in 60 seconds, maybe a little bit longer. Kim from Fort Harriet spoke to that, where it's like, can Black women not grow too? Can they not mature also? And this is speaking to what Compassionate and Callous is saying right here, and he says, be very careful, fellas. Gigi would say y'all might be heading down infantilizing path, right? So infantilizing the women. So true, and so kind of walking both sides of this. This is where Kim from Fort Harriet comes in and says, why are we so harsh and we don't allow Black women to mature like Black men, to sow their royal oats, to grow into their own, to come into consciousness of certain things? And what I would say is twofold. It's not about not growing. Yeah, life is not fair, true, but it's not about growing. It's knowing that this is not going to work. Hitting your head outside the wall, trying to real quick, trying your hardest, trying to break your head against the wall to make certain things work, and then when it doesn't, you realizing that it really isn't going to work, despite all your hope and all your effort, and then coming back to the men, broken, battered, and more importantly, bitter and angry, and then demanding the men fix you and deal with all of the crap that comes with you trying so hard to either live a certain lifestyle, have a certain man, be accepted by certain people, namely whites, your sexual exploits. It's not that you're not given the chance to mature and come into your own. It's the fact that now that, okay, you're on the north side of 35 years old, right? And now a guy that you would have overlooked and that you still don't actually give a fuck about is supposed to fix you and deal with all of your resentment and rage, right? And like the young lady that was on Obsidian's channel, that said, like, this guy's still a temporary man. So even if we take it out of the individual, these men, right, that have helped to bolster the black community, that uncle that still slides you $20, $100, that cousin that have no problem going to pick up your children from school for you, those dudes are still the temporary dude, right? That mechanic that been trying to holler at you for the past 2-3 years, right? And that now you're giving him a chance because you're that broken. He's the temporary dude. That's the issue. It's not the growing up. So speaking of what Compassion and Callous is saying, it's not a. Go ahead. Wait. Actually, better you finish up and then PK, and then we have about 5 minutes after that. You guys, go ahead.
Extend this. You're gonna.
No, better you first, and then PK. PK, hold on. PK, hold on to that one. What say that?
You're gonna need about an extra 15 minutes, bro. Just
God damn it! Y'all gonna make me just close my eyes for 2 seconds and then my alarm gonna go off to go to work. Go ahead. You're right. I am gonna have to probably extend it a few more minutes, but go ahead. Better you and then PK, and then we'll start cycling out our closings. Go ahead.
Yeah,
like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
just to kind of land the plane a little bit, like, I feel like what's really going on is there's a tug of war between what family is, what family should be, and what you have is an effort to try to make the traditional family structure of a man, woman, and children being reared in relationship, i.e. marriage, something that is overtly oppressive and negative. And I really truly believe that for a lot of the younger ones, because my little nieces and my little cousins, they're just now hitting their late teens, early 20s. And when I tell you, like, I was worried for a little bit, but I'm so proud of. It's like each and every last one of them was like, "Yo, nope, I ain't having no kids without being married." A couple of them already got married. One of them already had their first kids. You know, and I think they're not so much that they're seeing through the BS. They got their other folks to look up to that they was rocking with. And they're like, I don't want to be you.
Yeah.
They had the positive influences, you mean, better you.
Positive and negative. Yeah.
Basically, because it's like Chris Rock once said about your uncles prepare you for life. Because you got all kinds of uncles or aunts in some cases. You learn from each and every one of them what kind of person to be and what not to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was going to say, appreciate it. I was going to say that two things. The first thing is, I oftentimes hear a lot of people, and we joke and jest about men that, especially, your Republican men who like to, harken back to a time in the 1950s that may or may not have existed to some extent.
It's exaggerated.
And so I think it's unfortunate that we downplay it and make light of it. There's a reason why women harken back to this time idealized way. Yeah,
idealized way.
There's a reason for that.
We all get tongue-tied. Go ahead.
There's a reason for that, and many people brush over the reason without really extremely delving into exactly what it was that time period encapsulated for women in the general sense of why they harken back to that ideal. Men harken back to that ideal as well because it represents a time in which they could put into perspective the 2.5 children, the picket fence, in a family. Women do it because they had much less worries and they had a husband and children to care for.
And stability.
Stability, all these things. There's a reason for that. And so I always wonder why it is that men push so hard against it. It's really interesting to me that as men, in the general sense, we want for women to be equal to us, and we push for it in this day and age without even knowing what it is that we're arguing for. But that's neither here nor there. We don't want to go back to that, right? Anyway, the thing is that, you know, when we start to talk about that and we put it into perspective about what we're up against today and the long-term consequences and impacts of what the future looks like in the next 50 years, really not even 50 years, depending on how fast things accelerate based on different factors. The truth is short of some technological advancement, extreme advancement, and complete transformation of societies across the globe now, because this isn't a United States issue anymore. This is a world issue at this point. Short of that, we are heading to a dark age. So either we go back willingly, where we can do this in a fashionable state, because we actually are in a sense where we can potentially attain, for most people, at least here and in many Western countries, something akin to a 50s in the idealized way, or we go back to the fucking 1600s.
Okay.
But anyway,
let me let Zulu, because Zulu was trying to say something too, and I want to say something after that. Go ahead, Zulu.
When it comes to the 1950s, I respect the concept of the 1950s, but I don't know if that can go back to that kind of mindset. Like kind of like how BGS say, when the genie is kind of out of the bottle, it's kind of like out of the bottle.
Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I would like to know this for everyone who has this argument, because this is something I hear often. I'm getting real sick of it because it's never ever explained why. They just
how do you go back to the?
They just say you can't, and no one ever goes into detail.
Okay,
the thing is that for every single explanation that they would offer, there's an explanation for how these things could be remedied. And it's a shame that we push so hard to fight to stay in the same exact position or progress.
I don't follow what PK's saying.
Wait. Zulu, because Zulu was going on. Zulu, if you want to answer that, and then I'll come in after Zulu, and then we'll go through. And name I guess you're after. Go ahead, Zulu, and finish with that, and yeah.
All right, it's kind of like how I kind of look at it is kind of like when you get to a certain stage in life, you can't really kind of look back. Like I guess kind of like how I look at it is kind of like once you've been like a man at war and you didn't like killed like 500 people. In your mind, after you already did that, you're not normal. Let's be honest. Like you're not like whole like everybody else. Let's be real, right? And and when you kind of live in this society as it currently is, and you got chicks doing what they doing out that I know that they're doing out here, you can't kind of just go back to that. Like, you know what I mean? So unless you're talking about a wholesale cutting off of a whole generation of people, and I mean wholesale, and you got to remember that we live in communion with each other, right? We live in a community. Like a culture is a living thing, right? It is living, right? Yeah. And it's between me, you, and everybody we talk to. You basically build your own culture, basically, right? So if you have this thing that's kind of going on, or this kind of like mental, I'm gonna say like mental disease or mental issues, kind of that's just flooding all over the planet, right?
Mass delusion.
Yeah, mass illusion, or whatever you want to call it, right? Unless you either go completely dark, like he said, right? You either do that necessarily. That's the only way you can really stop the spread of the disease, because you basically got how you do it, like what is it? Triangle? What is it? It's a triangle, a triad, right? Triad.
No, the dark. No, you mean the dark triad?
No, triad. No, triad.
Okay.
Triad when you see how bad the patient is, and you see who you can say, who you can't say. Basically, it's triage, right? I used to do EMS. So, like, unless you're gonna do triage on the whole planet, basically, and individual groups specifically, and basically like turn the internet off and turn all travel and stuff like that off, I don't see it going back. That's my reasoning, though.
So let me Zulu, you're done?
I'm done.
Okay. All right. So, goddamn, Charles, if that's you, goddamn.
No, that was
Somebody
far from me.
staticky as a
That
mug.
ain't
That is
Charles. That's Neymar or Big Cat.
That's
Neymar.
not
Who
Charles.
the hell?
That's not Charles. That's
That's
Officer
far from me.
Panthro.
Oh, that background is horrendous. But okay, so let me
What's
let
up,
me let me
Charles?
get this out real quick. So I agree with PK of this would probably be the best model, right? My pushback on why I think that I don't think that's not we can't get there. The Herculean task of getting there while still keeping your technology and your advancements. That's the thing.
That's
The
what I'm saying.
internet is the problem, right? The fact that women are in the workforce. How unless you're going to outright, you would literally have to be on some Ayatollah outright writing laws. Yeah, you ain't gonna make as much as men. As a matter of fact,
Genghis
you ain't gonna
Khan
make no
type
money.
of thing.
As a matter of fact, we're gonna fire all the women from the jobs. We're gonna pay them in double. Stay at home, like because you have to consider what you would have to do to keep the technology, because this is the thing, unless you're going to bomb us back to the Stone Age and then force all of us to go back to this model, or at least like you were saying to the 16th century, which is the 1500s, which by the way we still go into the age of discovery, so we'll be back here in about another 6-7 centuries, right? I don't see how that would work, simply because of women's rights, simply because of the technology in cars. Unless you're only going to have one car at your home, and you're going to take it to work, and your wife just all of these things that allow for us to live this life, and then for women to be the way they are, we would have to take all of that away.
Yeah, take it all away from the women, but most of the men are just scared to take all the stuff from the women. But
That's what I'm saying. You would first, so first, your first war would be with the men.
I think
then
the truth is,
go ahead.
I think
Let me just say this real quick.
Well, the unfortunate truth is most men, and even the men who unknowingly or unwittingly, they like it this way, and they want it to stay the same. So if that's the case, then unfortunately we're going back forcefully.
Yeah.
And so
Okay, so we'll do Charles, and then I know Naaman wants to speak too, so let's let Charles get his intro in, and then Naaman. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. And woo, everybody, woo.
Woo!
I'm gonna say this is the folly of it, right? You still got men who are conditioned. You can't get rid of your fucking programming. It is incredibly hard to get rid of your programming. Almost damn near impossible. So there's the spot right there. You want women seatbelt. You want women to acquiesce to you. It's kind of hard to get women to acquiesce when they never been taught. It's like trying to get a woman to bake you a cake and she never had to cook in her life. It's impossible. So one, you have to get used to being that the dynamics between men and women change.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be the 1950s provider, bitch. You got a job.
You might be more educated formally than me.
And here's the part: they can be formally educated, they still just don't make any money.
Yeah,
There's
that part
many
too.
chicks. 90% of the chicks I dated were educated. I still made more money. You got to figure out about women. Women look at the price of something. Men look at the value of it. Two totally different concepts. Now, technology benefits women because guess what? What good are women in the workforce when you don't give them jobs where they sit on their ass?
Not a goddamn thing.
They're not really that. They're really a burden. If you really want to be honest, I don't want when you see a police officer. Do you want a female cop to help you, or are you looking for that dude?
I mean, if she's Xena Warrior Princess and she's not going against Charles, maybe.
Man, bro, I've seen these chicks in Atlanta, bro. We got so many chicks like that, and they swear they boss, bro. As soon as they get hit, vagina juice everywhere, bro. Just
When you said that, I thought about Sonic hitting something, and then all the rings go flying.
Every time I see a female officer trying to go hard, there's some nigga who slapped the Sonic rings out of her. And I mean, I mean, when you look at a firefighter, do you want the big, strong, burly motherfucker to pull you out, or the little, tiny, petite woman? I mean, really, tell me what part of fucking society do women really fucking benefit us in the workforce? You
Not a
can't even
goddamn
think of
thing.
one. You can't
I
even think
mean,
of one.
they type really fast.
They don't even know how to type anymore.
They
I
can't
think
type.
there are positions and roles that women could fill, but to be able to put
That's
Trill,
true.
Trill, a fool.
yeah, I think they could fill
You're more
these
like
roles, but
tedious
the
work,
thing
not
is,
like the hard labor.
correct.
And,
I
and,
think
and here's the
also,
part.
we're
What
looking
does
in. Mhm.
what does society run off of? Hard labor.
You know,
Sorry.
I'm not about. Look, this is the thing. I'm not about making laws telling you what you can't do when it comes to that. I'm just about leaving the standards where they are, and if you can't fit them, then so be it. And that would include niggas like me that can't be freaking Marines and stuff like that. What's the Green Beret and stuff like that. I ain't passing. I'm not
Navy
passing.
SEALs, Delta
Right, the Navy
Force.
SEALs. You see me. So, but if we're lowering the standard because you're a woman, then that's when I have an issue with it.
Well,
Same
here's
thing.
what's.
If
But
the
here's
type
what.
real quick, PK, let me get this out. If the typing test is so many words a minute, and it just happens to be that women pass that at a 70% clip compared to men, then so be it. On the flip, like I was saying, if you're a Navy SEALs, if you gotta lift 250 pounds and haul it 2 miles down the road at this amount of time, and if men could pass that at a freaking 90% clip and only 10% of women can, if even not 5, then so be it. That's when I'm like, okay, the standard is the standard, right? And go
I'll
ahead,
put it
PK.
to you this way.
Right, just like Mike Tomlin with the Steelers, the
Real
standard is the
quick,
standard.
real quick, and this is
I
what's
guess they have
crazy.
none because it's the Steelers. But anyway,
Well, here's what's extremely crazy is that
Mm-hmm.
we're arguing from the viewpoint that necessarily women would have to continue to work to earn this wage, and I think that in this
Exactly.
current model that we have, if we both have to continue to work to afford our current model, then
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
But if we change the model, then yes, this
Like I,
is feasible. This is possible. And so we discount it without even going through the logistics
you
of
got to
life.
take the
We have to
technology from the
But
women, like you
that's not.
said,
So
bro.
wait. Let me address what PK said. I'm not saying we can't change the model. I'm saying, are you ready for the fallout in between this old thing and this new thing? Which is, by the way, what we're dealing with um um social liberalism right now. I'm talking about more left leaning. That gap between the old normal and the new normal. Even though I don't even want to see what they talking about with that new normal, but this gap and during the change, are you ready for that fallout? Because remember, going to what you're saying, we're taking jobs away, right? We're not.
Outsourcing.
No, when I say taking jobs away, I mean like
They're
they're
making
taking
not
more.
jobs
coming
out
back.
of women's hands, right?
Oh,
Like, so
that
are
too.
you ready for that? For not just the women fighting you, but men fighting you also.
Well,
I'm okay.
either like I said, either we go back willingly or we go back forcefully, and that's where I'm at, and that's what I see.
Mhm.
I'm gonna give real black pill about it.
Go ahead.
See, everybody want revolution without being revolutionary,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Exactly.
you
Keyboard gangsters,
first
go ahead.
first rule is if you really want change, realize when motherfuckers talk about I want to go to war, you do know that your water supply is cut,
Yeah.
your electricity is cut. Shit doesn't go back to status quo normal. Fuck all that. You suck. Now,
But
that
Charles,
being
when the last
said,
time America actually felt that kind of pain from a war, though? Like as a
What
people.
it
1812 with the
doesn't it
British?
doesn't it doesn't even have to be war. Guess what? When you're sucking off the government's tit, people think it's a finite thing. Nothing's finite.
Hmm.
So here's the crazy part. You're taking jobs away from people, especially jobs where women but
Hmm.
predominantly work. I don't see too many women in the unemployment line looking to be bricklayers. There's a
True.
reason why women go to certain jobs, physically and the aptitude. So you have more unemployed women. They think that, oh, all I got to do is get a baby. I'm gonna tell you. You think the American government's above letting you starve? This is the same American government that gave you fucking AIDS and crack.
And just let a bomb blow up that may, have been on the scale of a nuclear weapon in Ohio. But anyway.
And syphilis with the Tuskegee experiment.
I mean, so you got to think about it. You think they're not above that shit? Where they're like, wait a minute. So may the odds be in your favor, nigga. Like, so when we look at this on a
pause, Charles, pause. I'm sorry. What you just said, rewind that. May the odds be forever in your favor. Tell the people where that comes from.
That's the Hunger Games, dude.
Okay, so that's exactly, that is so fitting of what Charles is saying. I didn't want people to miss that. And the premise of the Hunger Games is what now?
May the odds be in your favor, bro.
You gotta fight to survive. And see,
exactly, perfectly
said. This is what happens when you have hard times make hard men. Where are your hard men? You have very few, men like myself. I won't say that I'm a hard man.
Man, you like fucking what? 6 foot, 3,000 pounds? Nigga, stop it.
He's 5'10" and 260.
You in the opposite direction that I was gonna go in. PK, I was gonna say you Charmin, nigga.
I won't say
you Kleenex.
I'm a hard guy. Yeah, I'm Kleenex. I'm just fucking. Fucking oxygen and nitrogen.
Yeah, okay.
Right, exactly.
But
PK's like, yeah, that's it.
Well, you don't have sufficient hard men. Like, think about it. My friend, she's a PE teacher. She had a boy who's in high school challenge her to a push-up contest.
Oh,
and she secretly laughed about it because she's like, you do know I tested you. You do know that you can only do 19 push-ups. Where in the history of the world do we ever have teenagers can only do 19 push-ups? You don't work out. You don't work out. Your handshake feels like feels like a limp wrist. I mean, you don't have these men. I want all women to listen to me. You do not have a supply of hard men that you think you have. Okay? That you want to talk about jobs are finite, men are finite.
It's about 12%, Charles. That's what we got to work with. It's about 12% on the whole.
It's not even that high. And I can tell you why. Look at who can't make the fucking test to the military. That's a good parameter of your physical fitness in America. Because everybody used to say, well, if I can't find a job, I'm going to go to the military. When you go into the military and you can't even do fucking 12 push-ups.
On a side note, Charles, so my brother-in-law, he sent me one of those videos from Lil Duval, and Lil Duval showing the Chinese kids putting the guns together and everything, and everybody in the comments like, you see how they train it? I'm like, y'all can't be this easy to bamboozle. It can't be this easy. Meanwhile, the Chinese government talking about how many of their boys is getting feminized and softer and blah blah blah. But
that's that K-pop shit I mentioned, the
propaganda, right? One video propaganda, and you're like, "Oh my God, the British are coming!"
China number one. China number one.
I'm gonna just say this. It's funny, right? People think World War III is gonna be nuclear. No, it's not. It's gonna be niggas slap fighting like little girls.
I'm gonna fucking fuck everyone's mind up right now. You need to really consider this. World War III is on American soil.
Yep.
Yeah. Best of luck on that.
Yeah, go to what TK said.
I'm gonna play multiple soils.
There is no way.
I'm gonna tell you why that would not happen. Okay, number one, coming to America is a logistical nightmare. It's a logistical nightmare to think about it. Do you know how big fucking Canada and Mexico is?
I'm gonna make you really fucked up, Charles, and you're not gonna like this, bro. How do most empires fall? Are they attacked from outside?
They fall from the inside.
Correct.
It's very,
exactly. Yep.
And I'm gonna put it to you this way. This is the reason why it's really, really hard for even that to happen.
Shout out to the honey trap scandal. Go ahead, yo.
You really don't have fighters. You have a bunch of people who will be sheep because guess what? Motherfuckers like to be led. It's nothing wrong with that. All of you can't be leaders. It's like you bitches out there thinking you're queens. Last time I checked, there was only one queen at a time. even if the king dies and the new king comes in, guess what? We'll call you the queen mother, but you're not the reigning queen. So,
Wait, Charles. Wait. F. Holiday just spoke right to what you said. He said, "Can you turn down the tension on the trigger? I caught a hand cramp."
exactly. You got a lot of people. You got a lot of people who are keyboard warriors who said, "I'm gonna do this." Do you know how many times people said, "I'm gonna die"? Yesterday, I'm the ship commander, and the nigga told me, "You gonna die." I said, "I'm gonna put it to you this way. Maybe one day I might, if I choose to. But guess what? I promise you this: you will certainly die before me, and I will guarantee it."
I would have said something way more softer than slicker than that. Like, well, I guess the Grim Reaper ready to get some black eyes or something like that. Some G shit.
Well, I just told him. I said it like the coat factory. You like that Men's Warehouse. You gonna like the way this knife feels. I guarantee it.
Man, I've dealt with worse.
So here's the thing. I mean, as much as I would like to agree with you, I mean, we're fighting.
We know you want to be contrarian just for argument's sake.
No,
just to get it out.
It's not contrarian. This is a very real.
Our resident contrarian, PK. Go ahead.
This is a very real. This is a very real potentiality that, I mean, is constantly being dealt.
Notice he said potentiality, not potential.
Probability, actually.
Okay.
I'll take probability.
The thing is that
y'all better stop fucking with PK. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can keep trying, but I mean, let's try this. Let's try this. How much have I been wrong about so far? Go ahead, tell me. I'll be quiet.
No, PK, go finish what y'all say. Y'all killing my sleep right now.
I'd like to know.
I'm about to close the whole stream on y'all. Go ahead.
PK, don't do it.
I'd like to know.
PK, don't do it.
Let's keep going.
He had the entire arc. Don't do it. Remember?
This is the kill me arc. Come on, let's do it. Go ahead.
PK, remember the time BGS folded you? Don't forget
what type of bird is it?
I mean, anytime BGS talks to me, he quote unquote folds me, but somehow he comes back later.
Look, we're not gonna do this because you know BGS is like Sandman. You say his name 3 times, then he'll pop up, and then I'm gonna have to be up here for another 2 hours, and I got to go.
Don't you mean Candyman?
I really didn't mean to say Candyman. I don't know why I said Sandman. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, PK. You were saying something.
So the bottom line is this: it's something that is constantly being dealt with by multiple, alphabet organizations across the United States, and these people largely happen to be white people. There are reasons why they elected Donald Trump. There are reasons why they tried to kidnap the governor. There's a reason for all of these things. It's not because they're just quote unquote mad white people. No, dude. These people, as much as we like to think that they're stupid, I mean, a lot of them are, and so they can be galvanized by people that are in the know to get them to do things. That's what's happening. And
that's a fact. I agree with that.
And so
that's Voltaire said it. No, what you're saying, PK, is basically a quote by Voltaire. Those who have the power to convince people to believe in absurdities have the power to convince people to commit injustice.
Yes.
No, I mean yes, but no. So it isn't absurd. These things that I'm currently saying here today.
No, they're facts, but they mix it up with a lot of lies.
Gotcha. So I mean, honestly, this is something that is happening here, and I'm convinced that America, like I said, I mean, we're not even just in America, but across the globe, man. We're going back, whether we like it or not. And so unless we actually get to the point, like I said, where we actually get technology all together at the same time in all the different areas where it's necessary, we're fucked.
Yeah, I think all of this goes to shit to hell in a handbasket once we get the babies in the tubes. Go ahead.
I'm gonna out-contrarian the contrarian. Now,
this is gonna be fun.
Here's
anything you can do, I can do better. Go ahead, yo.
Here's the folly of it, right? You got countries that are really worse off than America. Really worse off.
What you mean by that?
Anybody?
Wait. Are you talking about population-wise? Or are you talking about economy? I say economy. That's the Haitian coming out.
That's right. Yeah. 10 out of 10. You did it.
Right.
The totality of such.
Okay.
like Russia, anybody? Hey, let's start a war because we're fucking broke.
Well,
Like,
it's
our
a war
fucking
because we're broke, but it's also a war of we're not gonna
let's try
let you
to
park
it's
United Nations
you
really
kicking the
or
chair,
sorry,
Z.
we're not gonna let you park European Union, United Nations bombs on the
NATO.
NATO bombs on right
You
in our
kicking the
back door.
Z.
Go ahead.
You
You
kicking the
parked
chair,
your
motherfucker.
300 ZX
Okay, okay.
post, man. It's your fault, Mr. Z.
It gotta be.
You kind of
My neighbors do hate me when I started. Go ahead. Go
you
ahead,
kind of
Charles.
kick the chair.
I
Your
did, damn, my
neighbors,
bad.
you know, your neighbors don't like it when you start your putt, golf course.
Hysterical. It does sound like a putt, but when I started though.
And it's like, of course, your main thing is okay, you want NATO, but this is a good time to use that excuse because we're broke and our economy's in a shitter. So
Yeah.
like, hey, they're trying to invade us and they have missiles pointed at us and all this other
And we
shit.
don't got shit to do with all these men.
And now
That part.
you got Ukraine and you're trying to force people. See, it's the funny thing about Europe. If there was no UN, if there was no NATO, these
Or
motherfuckers
EU.
be fight. These motherfuckers would actually fucking fight each other like they always did.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep.
Shout
They
out to the
doing it now.
America's a
Balkans.
lot
Shit.
better. America's a lot better place than fucking Europe alone. I mean, don't even get me started with China. People be like, "Oh, the Chinese is gonna do this," and the world. No, the Chinese are not. I'm gonna tell you
No,
why.
they got
They
old before they got rich. Yeah.
They also have a huge sex disparity because Z, I'm sorry, give me your ankles. I gotta drag you back down to
No,
memory
no, no.
lane.
I remember 40 million or more, and then even
What
with
did
the
I say
girls that
also?
didn't
No,
get
what did I say? Who
adopted. Yeah.
benefits? What did I say about
The
that?
Americans and Europeans. Yeah,
No,
the
North
Americans and Europeans.
Americans and Europeans, they benefit the most from the disparity, to sex ratio disparity, because the most of the babies they
They
adopted, not
adopted the
just from
girls.
China,
Yeah.
and from also from India and other
Yeah.
parts of South Asia, were girls.
Yeah.
And they're all
So,
white, male oriented.
oh, and I was about to tell. That's exactly where I was gonna go. So get ready for my age group, but really the Gen Z. Get ready to be running into. Y'all thought the East Asians and the South Asians were bad already, and there was some white wannabes already. Get ready for them to really be pretty much white, pretty much, because they were raised by white parents. So there's that white families. There's that. So yeah.
Shit, I know a couple who are actually like that.
All right, y'all. Let's
There's a-
start making our closings because it is 11:20. Oh, I got 2 hours. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead,
Yep.
better you. I think you were going. Go ahead.
Then on top of that,
Oh, I was just saying some of them already are.
they were looking
There's
at
a
their own.
YouTube channel where the lady basically says that she's like, I'm Asian, but I'm raised white, like I'm a white woman.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I just realized something.
At least they say
Z.
it. Z. Go ahead.
Sorry, I have to hit you in the head and drag you down there, back down memory lane. Do you
I don't
remember
got no more skin on myself with all this dragging. Why you dragging me like they did the brother back in
Well, you're not gonna give me the keys to the car, and I gotta put you in the trunk. But anyway,
go ahead.
That's how Mr. Z gets most of his dates.
I know you ain't talking. The only reason you swollen so you can knock them out and then drag them back to the car.
The only reason you
Get in the car,
nigga. Car is because you just want
Z, give me the keys. You've been drinking too much plum wine. Give me the keys.
You know what I didn't say? I didn't tell y'all that Charles was only dragging women back to the car.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
We already know because your first name is Pan, last name Sexual. You drag anything.
Who am I now? I'm Willow now. That's what he said. I'm Willow now. Go ahead. I'm Willow Smith. Go ahead.
Wait. Anyway, what I wanted to say was, Z, Charles.
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this. Mr. Z likes his women just like his cars, customized.
You mean customized like Ric Flair from head to toe?
Wait, if they're from Baltimore, I definitely want them customized. And I know you ain't talking with I know you ain't talking with Jada looking like goddamn Iron Man in the face from Baltimore. Jada Pinkett Smith look like Iron Man in the goddamn face.
Wait a minute. You're from Miami. Most of y'all chicks got dicks.
And silicone like a motherfucker.
All right, I'm gonna slide out in all seriousness. I actually got something I need to go do, man. There's a reason why this country is hyper focused on attempting to pull back a lot of people's rights. There's a reason why they're trying to squeeze blood out of a stone.
Good point.
There's a reason for that. It's not because you know they don't. Nothing's gonna happen. That's all I got to say, man. Y'all, good luck out there.
I'll be having fun over here on this side of the Atlantic. But what I wanted to say was Z.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember there was a young woman on BJS's Hangouts named Elle or Ellie?
I want to say yes.
She was a young woman from Indiana.
Okay. Yeah.
She was black, but she was raised by white people, and she was talking like a white person. In fact, is it just me or am I starting to sound more like a white person every day? Because I'm up here with the Nordics, so yeah, I'm starting to sound more and more white. Sorry, but
that's a different type of white, though.
Yeah, actual Scandinavian white, Nordic white. But the thing is like the way she was talking, everything, the way she sounded, it kind of reminded you of like a Karen Parson, only without the blackness. Because remember, Karen Parson, that's Hillary Banks for everybody.
Yep.
She's biracial, born to a black mother and a white father. But the way she was talking, and like she had this weird disconnect because she was raised by whites and she didn't understand.
Go ahead.
I used to annoy my dad by saying that. I used to annoy my dad by saying shit like that. He looked at me and was like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" But anyway,
go ahead.
I'll relax. I was just an annoying motherfucker growing up. But anyway, the way she was talking about things, the way she talked and everything, no, it wasn't like the daddy thing. It was just that the way she talked and everything. She had like the weird disconnect because she didn't understand what it meant to be black because even though she was raised white, she's black and she didn't understand that like that. Because it's like do you remember that movie Saving Isaiah?
Yeah, of course. I don't know why I watched that movie so many times.
You know what? There's a movie you gotta find. It's a French movie. It's called He Even Has Your Eyes. In that movie,
don't do
it's
it,
a black.
French movies are shit.
No. Snake Man. Oh well, Snake Man
it would be a German to say French movies are shit. Exactly. It would be a German to say French movies are shit.
I would say something in German right now, but I'm not gonna say. I would tell you,
look, y'all not gonna make me be the start of World War III.
But no, there's a French movie. It's called He Even Has Your Eyes. In the story, it's basically a black couple adopting a white baby. And all the antics that go around it. There's a sequel to that movie that came out a couple years ago, where they fast forward to like 15 years later, and the couple end up having a black son, biological son, along with having this white son. And you see the contrast and everything. You got to see those movies because it talks about all kinds. That's the main preface. The whole issue about white children being raised by black parents. But they also talk about all kinds of like issues within that film. It was multi-layered like that. So really interesting show.
It was very interesting. I watched a little Instagram video, and it was this white dude, and like he was in the know of a bunch of black stuff, and he's very empathetic white dude and whatever. Damn near to the point where you damn near want to call him brother. And you know, black women were in the comments like, "Oh, I know he was raised by a black woman." And then he had to come on and correct them and be like, "Actually, no, I was raised by a black man. This is my stepfather. This is the man that took over. You know, when whatever." And and he checked the hell out of them sisters. It was like, "No, this is my stepdad, and he raised me right, and blah 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 blah." And I was like.
Hey, in fact, there are clips I've seen of there's clips I've seen on Facebook and on YouTube, because I don't fuck with TikTok. In those clips, it's basically like black stepfathers, their white stepsons, or in some cases their grandkids, just come to them and give them a document, and they're saying, "What's this document? Adoption papers." Because we want you to legally adopt us, and we want to take your name. We want to take your last name. Because he raised those kids right and everything.
See, Indigo Flow says, I remember that exactly. I don't know what the name of the dude's channel is, but yeah, he on Instagram he had to check their ass and be like, and he showed the picture of his mom and his stepdad wedding, and it was like,
You know what? We got somebody just like that. We got somebody in our circle. We got somebody in our circle right now. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry to interrupt, fellas, but there's somebody in our own circle who is in that kind of situation. Brian Snow, Charles's best buddy, Brian Snow, aka Snowman in the Morning. In fact, y'all need to check out his YouTube channel.
Yep.
He's married to a white woman. He's been married with her for like 3-4 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And he became like the father to her children.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the grandfather to their kids as well. So he's good. And you know, that's his whole Snow family right there.
I said this, and I want to kind of end out with this. I've said this before, and I think people think I'm joking when I say this. It's going to be very interesting in our lifetimes. I only see this maybe being a couple years away. It's not even no couple decades away. In our lifetimes, we are going to see white women, white men, and obviously some black people defending black men, and black women attacking black men, and black women trying to defend their position in front of white folks about how horrible black men are. That is going to be the most mark my words. Y'all heard it here.
Shout out to the women promoting the passport, bros.
It's going to be super interesting. Go ahead.
Something I wanted to say is that is something I recognize. Also, dudes, maybe they're descending from black people, or they was raised by black people, but they're white or something. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the man, I recognize that. They cannot shut the fuck up. Yeah, I got my confidence, my aura, my masculinity from my black father or the black grandfather or the black stepfather. And I think to myself, how is it that all those dudes can praise the black part, even though they're not black? But when you listen to some of those black women, it's like, you are the biggest, laziest fathers on this earth. You cannot do shit. And I think to myself, how is it that other races can acknowledge it?
Somebody's background. I think somebody's background was going off.
I had a discussion on Platinum's channel about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate cannot shut the fuck up about my black father, my black grandfather, blah 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 blah.
He was away from his father for the most part.
Yeah, and a black woman made a comment. No, Andrew Tate, he identifies as white. He's a white boy. He said no, he never said that. He said he has an unbroken respect for his black side, and he would never betray it and something like that. When I thought to myself, why are black women? I don't understand it.
If you are not bowing at their feet, then you're not black.
Right.
It's a remix to Biden. If you're not bowing at their feet,
if you're not voting black. Democrat, you're not black.
If you're not voting Democrat, you're not black, because black women vote Democrat. If you're not bowing at their feet, you're not black. If you're not upholding, if you don't put on this is the thing. They wouldn't really have anything to say if he would have had that that house with all the cameras and the camera girls. If he would have had nothing but black women in there. They just it always comes down to what the black man is doing with his phallus and what the white man is doing with his phallus. It's white men not validating me. Pretty much. White men not validating me, and black men who are my backup plan not validating me. Right. That's what it comes down to.
Exactly.
Like you said, Mr. Z, they start a huge war with the white boys because they want to attack us. When I think to myself, that is bizarre, bro. This is bizarre.
No, we were already pretty much there with Crystal and Kerosene and Sandman going back and forth, right? We've already seen it lightweight, but I'm saying on an academic and societal level. Sandman MGTOW. Who was he going back? But he was going back and forth with Crystal and Kerosene some years ago. Because he read an article from not read an article, but he does his thing where you donate and he reads your whatever. He did that for a brother.
No, he does videos
for whatever subject you want to talk about it. He did that, and Crystal and Kerosene responded, and then he responded to her. And this was some years ago. You might actually even be able to find it on his channel.
Yes, there's a reason why something I realized. Sandman, when he says go for the women, every woman besides the black woman. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah.
Go to India, go to Central Asia, Russia, Eastern Europe, even for some African or Muslim countries, but never the American black woman.
Well,
he also said something about Caribbean women, Jamaican women in particular, because he talks about how in Jamaica homophobia being what it is, and he said that he mentioned that in Jamaica, if you don't fuck if a fat chick approaches you and you don't fuck her, they automatically assume you're gay, and if the people and they will take her word, the next thing you know, you could be attacked. You could be attacked for it.
That's a bit of an exaggeration, but there is a very, very hypersexuality coming out of the Caribbean community,
hypermasculinity
Jamaica included. Yeah, definitely. Well, if you have the hypersexuality, then of course. But yeah, the hypersexuality coming out of the Caribbean.
You got to be hard and everything.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. But on that note, yeah. So we'll pause it right here.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
I was about to say
for you it's not. It's definitely it's about to be afternoon, and I got to go get my little two hours of sleep at this point. Well, by the time I drink something, whatever, it's gonna be an hour and a half. But thank y'all for coming up. Great conversation. Big Kev, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Just say about 2 minutes. Yeah, like in fact, you can time me like 2 minutes starting out. Anyways,
go ahead.
Yeah, you guys all make good points. Here's what it is. Like I said before, again, the social engineers, they don't want to admit that they're wrong, or they intentionally want to decrease the population instead of just committing overt genocide. They want to decrease the population by just making people just undesirable and undateable, So
slow burn.
Yeah,
so
slow
if we're all unsufferable,
the frog in the pot
particularly
of water.
the women, then we'll just slowly get to the point where we just not,
Exactly. Instead of just overt, through like large scale war or whatnot. You know what I mean?
But I've said that before. I'm like, well, if China did the one child policy to slow down, what would the West or America do to bring about the same results, even without
austerity?
No, not austerity. Fucking
authoritarian.
Authoritarian. Goddamn! Why could I get authoritarian out every time?
Authoritarianism or despotism.
Yeah. Well, so without that type of state, how would you bring about people having less and less children? So China did one child policy. What did the West do to curtail 5 and 6 children families?
Well, I mean, they've already done it. I mean,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. How do you bring about that result? Well, you make it more difficult to have children. You make it more costly to have children, right? So, and that would have been a product of the environment anyway. But if you want to speed up something that would have taken another century and a half, if you want to speed it up, then you just make everything cost more, and you make the everyday person's life more precarious. You add on top of that feminism.
Laws, anybody?
It's a wrap. You add on top of that,
Yep. Yeah, like I said,
one Keisha policy hysterical. Go ahead. Go ahead, Big Kev.
But yeah, like you said, again, and like you said, is that what we're seeing is that basically the cost of this misandrous culture is slowly shifting from the men onto the women. Again, the author explains that in the misandry bubble article. Basically, what's going to happen is that, again, it's like, what's going to happen is that with the women is that they're going to be forced to basically be at a crossroads where the women who want to just be belligerent and difficult or whatnot, they're going to be forced to be left by the wayside by their own doing. And the women who are cooperative, they're going to still have relationships, but
they're going to miss everybody.
Yeah. They're going to have their intimate relationship. Yeah, but they're going to have to cut off a lot of their family members. So I think that's what's going to have to happen. It's going to have to be a separation and reshuffling of the population, so to speak.
Oh no, you already hear that now with some of the divestors. Some of the divestors. I was watching an interview with the Deborah lady, though I forgot what her name is. Kind of older, black woman.
Deborah Cooper.
Is her name Cooper? Yeah, the freaking I think BGS has mentioned her also. But so she had a panel where she brought in divestors, and a couple of the divestors weren't just talking about divesting from black men. They're talking about divesting from the whole black community, the black church, black family, their friends, and like some of them are saying, yo, like I moved away from everybody. So
That's
going to
good.
what you're
That's
saying,
good.
Big Kev,
That's good.
they eventually it has to end with not just being you separating from black men, even if it's just rhetorically. Eventually, if you really about this white worship thing, or just black men ain't ish, you're gonna have to separate from black people completely, not just black men, right?
Here's
Or not just a black love interest. Go ahead.
and this is why Edward Anderson said, what the so-called divestors, what a lot of the people on the pro-black and feminist and divestor side, what they don't want hear most brothers to say is, well, just go date white men and be done with it, because they don't want us to say that, because essentially, and I can say this because you know what I mean, like I've worked in insurance. It's like, imagine going from, like, say, an insurance company that only takes on good drivers, or for the most part, imagine like an insurance company that's known for taking on substandard drivers and saying, even for you, we can't even insure you. You know what I mean? Imagine how embarrassing that is that the very men you claim to be superior to, that you want to be your backup plan, are like, yeah, we're not even willing to take you on.
No.
You're not worth the risk on our, you know what I mean? Imagine how embarrassing that is. And that's the real reason why they have a problem with so-called black men being quote unquote passport bros, because essentially it's like, it's us raising the standards and saying, listen, we can't afford to take on these risks.
Yep.
You're going to have to meet the standards or get on. And if you can't meet it, well, sucks to suck, you know?
And it's embarrassing. For them, I think it's just, it's embarrassing that black men are going overseas and celebrating the treatment from non-black women on camera, and black women's response is even more embarrassing, because it's not, all right, well, I guess you found what's best for you. It's, well, those women are dirty feet, and they're not educated
That's
enough.
just the
And
latest
they're soft,
chapter.
and they're pushovers, and it's like the response is just
One thing I never
understand.
I never understand. Maybe it's because black women are not on the global market, but how can you be so confident, but at the same time, no other woman would ever be on your side?
Because this is it's because they're just that delusional.
Like that is something I never understood. Where black women, like this one who I met as a pastor bro, trying to tear those black men down, but every other woman on the planet is like, hey, you're doing good. And I think to myself, does black women don't realize that they're basically a little minority of the women of the globe that go against the grain?
A very loud and condescending and counterproductive of a minority.
What it is, again, it's pure ego. Again, imagine look like what Mr. Z said. It's embarrassing. Imagine you're out here pedestalizing in an external group of people that have never considered you a primary preference when it comes to relationship. Okay, not only that, but the very group of men within your own group, that you claim you're so superior to, suddenly start raising their standards and like, you know what, if you want to be on that, that's fine, have at it. I'm out of here. And basically, you belong to the streets. Yeah, that's embarrassing, because like you said, contrary to what the woke stuff, they've been saying, is that if you're a woman, if you're not considered beautiful, and if you're not considered, dateable and somebody worthy of being in a relationship with, that takes a huge blow to your self-esteem. It doesn't matter how much you try to play it off of being prideful and delusional. No, that can destroy a woman's self-esteem. And so instead of trying to do the hard thing, which is to actually be desirable, be likable, cooperative, desirable, they want to keep taking the easy way out, which is just to double down and triple down on stupid delusions, because again, it's about the ego validation.
I will say this:
a lot of this, like what you said, when they talk about the you quote unquote perpetuate anti-blackness, not that you're actually perpetuating anti-blackness, is that if it's not coming from this gynocentric perspective, it offends their fragile ego, and that's what they have.
It's automatically anti-black. So okay. So final comment. This is my final comment. We're about to end out. I'm not gonna say the person's name, but a certain person I talk about a whole lot. They had something called Galentine's Day, and it was on their community tab. and I looked at the picture of some of the sisters because they had this event, Galentine's, and I'm looking through the picture and I'm like, ain't none of these sisters anybody checking for anyway. Right? And
exactly.
and it just speaks to and these are the people behind camera, and these people will say, oh, y'all are unattractive too, and who's checking for y'all anyway? And it's like, yeah, that sounds nice.
But once again,
yeah, go ahead.
But once again,
like what better you said,
claim, no, when they do the claim, no one wants you. Do you actually went to the other group of women and asked them if that is unattractive? No.
But if
that confuses me. So they're always using, we know something about the other groups, and then the other groups say, black women, shut the fuck up.
Well, we could just look through action. If what they do with this loyalty thing, now we're getting back into the loyalty conversation. They have to use that as this for
Mr.
part of this
Z is
conversation,
not going to get any
right?
sleep.
I'm really not. And the reason why the loyalty thing comes up to what Snake Man is saying is because when we speak about, okay, if nobody wants black men, if black men are undesirable, right, then explain their marriage rate. Well, they'll bring up the divorce rate after the fact, but before that, why is their marriage rate double yours? Now this is where they get into, well, that's because we've been too black male identified and we're too loyal to black men. And then that's when you hit them with
Lies.
all the data that's coming out more and more that says, no, actually, women of color respond to white men first. Women of color are open to white men. The problem is white people in general ignore the advancements of people of color, and that would include white men ignoring the advancements of black women, right? So to fly in the face of what they're saying is, black men may not be the most desirable because of their socioeconomic position. Once you remedy that, they're all good to go. They fire in all cylinders and they're competing with white men on a global level.
Again,
but black women, even if you fix their economic position and even their social, it's different because there's a stereotype about their femininity, and actually much of that stereotype about femininity is leaking over to white women too. That's why white women aren't rated by men of color, because nobody wants these kind of super headstrong people as wives. It's gonna be messed up. I say this. It is sexist what I'm about to say. Screw it. All that loud talking and aggressiveness, niggas want to conquer that shit. That's when dudes want to stick their member down your throat. Nobody want to wife that. And I think that's where women run into the wall of that. They run into the wall of men, and it's messed up. What I'm saying, I know it's messed up for anybody on the left that's hearing me, but it's true as hell. Men want to conquer that. It feels good to hear you in the throes of passion when you really think you that chick. But outside of that, we don't want nothing. That's not wife material to us. Now, of course, some men get caught up and they end up getting that woman pregnant because they smashed too many times. But outside of that, no.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's messed up, but it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's the behavior of somebody that belongs to the
FD turned
streets.
down the misogyny.
Wait, say that again, better.
I said per FD turned down the misogyny.
Right, exactly, right, like that, exactly. What is it going to take for you to drop the misogyny? Go ahead, Ben.
No. Again, and again about that misogyny thing. Again, no, it's not that the majority of us are so-called misogynists. No, it's that them on the far left, they have a grossly distorted idea of what misogyny is. In their eyes, if you're not gay, a far leftist, or you believe in female supremacy, you're a misogynist. So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't. You could be a loving father, you could be a loving husband, you could be a great boyfriend. It doesn't matter if you don't fall into one of those three camps. In their eyes, you're a misogynist. So again, it's just like when they talk about quote unquote patriarchy. Patriarchy is just a code word for authoritarian.
Yeah.
On the far left, the problem is that, ironically, communism is a pro-authoritarian ideology. So they're not really anti-authoritarian. They want an authoritarian regime with a gynocentric bias.
That works for them. Yep, that works for them.
That's what they mean. So when they talk about all this anti-patriarchal stuff, no, they want quote unquote patriarchy, read authoritarian regime on their terms. You know, where 99% of men are considered basically a permanent underclass, and where guys like FD and all the other quote unquote intelligentsia and majority of women are considered, upper class.
Yeah.
So
it explains the dynamic and try to pretty much give lip service and rhetoric to the dynamic of 90% of women chasing after 10% of dudes and why that's justifiable.
Right.
And
Right.
why you can't have the nuclear family. Right? Because and now what they're doing, which is really slick, is not saying it's because of the money. They're saying you're not emotionally intelligent enough. You haven't done the work and all this other stuff to say, nigga, you not of that status. You don't deserve the nuclear family. That's for the elite white dudes and the uber rich black dudes. Everybody else, y'all just get it where y'all fit in. You end up with a trans person, a former LGBTQ woman, a mean asshole, some pansexual. A has-been hysterical.
No, that's what they're called.
You know, all of you, all the rest of you, y'all end up freestyling and doing what y'all could do to make stuff work. The nuclear families, that's reserved for the rich dudes.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah. I was about to say because and I said it before on Green Gorilla's channel. Yeah, this is why most of their so-called save the community efforts go up in flames, because most pro-blacks and the vast majority of the feminists, they don't consider straight men and children a part of the community. They only consider single women. They only consider single moms, the women themselves, not necessarily their children. Single moms, promiscuous women, and the alphabet community. That's what they consider the quote unquote black community. Everybody else is just included on an ad hoc basis.
I would like to direct you to BLM's initial memo.
Exactly.
That pretty much exactly what Big Kev's talking about.
Yep. Yeah, like you said, they don't consider them. They don't consider and again, and that's why their whole utopian ideas on having a quote unquote black community is complete BS, because them saying that a quote unquote black community is really just single moms, promiscuous women, and the alphabet crowd. It's like saying you're trying to build a quote unquote great football team and you only focus on quarterbacks, receivers, and special teams, and just completely ignore offensive and defensive line, linebackers, safeties, running backs.
I always come back down to this.
Cornerbacks.
Exactly, corners. Exactly.
How do you incentivize
punters or kickers? No, that's special teams. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. Well, but here we go. How do you incentivize? Fine, cool. All right. Everything you just said, yes, fine. Right, ladies. All right, cool. But how are you going to incentivize the men though? You think only the elite men can hold all this shit up? Have fun. How do you incentivize the everyday regular 9-to-5 dude, $30,000 to $75,000 a year dude? How do you incentivize him?
And what's in it for him to go along with the nonsense?
Exactly.
Here's the thing. Here's the honest truth. They can't.
Exactly.
They can only
and that's
use
where the
sign
shaming
language.
tactics come in.
The sign language. Yep.
And
they can't incentivize it, because again, that's what they don't want, and that's the reason why they keep trying to say, "Oh, this space is misogynist, this and misogynist that." No, y'all don't want us to. Y'all don't want the boys to talk to us, because they're going to realize, hey, y'all have nothing to offer them.
Exactly.
And we're just basically saying, listen, if you literally drew up a plane in the sand and just kind of threw darts at the board and say, all right, this is my career path, you will have a better chance of success than actually internalizing any of the rhetoric that the feminists and tradcons try to say. Like, you're literally better off literally doing stuff on your own.
Oh, for those of you that don't know, tradcon is traditional conservative.
And they're also involved in shaming as well, because
from the other side. Go ahead, go into that, Nemo. Go into that.
Because understand, I mean, just like when PK was talking about, like, you know, people want to go back to the 50s. First of all, my question is, does anybody know what it was like back then? Because it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine.
That's a fact.
Because at that time, 1950s, what did you have? First of all, it was the first decade of the Cold War. You had McCarthyism and the Red Scare.
Yep.
You still had Jim Crow in the South.
Shit, the whole state, the whole country, but the South was really, really, really bad.
You had Jim Crow in the whole country still. There was racism like a motherfucker. I mean, just like when Kev and everybody talked about, like, when they went overseas.
When was the Cuban Missile Crisis? Wasn't the Cuban Missile Crisis?
That was in 1962.
Oh, that was 1962. Damn it. Okay, I'm sorry. Iranian, but that didn't have nothing to do with us. Okay, that was okay. When I say the overthrow of Mossadegh, that did have to do with America, but I'm saying that
Mossadegh in 57.
Yeah, that didn't really affect the internal politics of the U.S. though.
You also had the Second Arab-Israeli War at that time. The Korean War, Second Arab-Israeli War. You had Vietnam was starting at that time.
In the 50s, yeah, that's true.
Yes, of course.
I mean, you did have the expressway system. Some Negroes had some jobs built in '95.
You know what? I just realized something. The parallels between the 50s and the parallels between what happened in the 60s and the 90s. Because you had the Civil Rights Act was passed in 64, 65, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in 68, and also they were starting putting the welfare and everything that the Moynihan report was warning was hampering the black community for black women. What did they have for the black men though? Especially because the civil rights movement was
Somebody's
still
background. But let me read this because I had this up for a while. And better uses. Imagine being confronted with white supremacy, and your response is to bust it open for those people. That's divestors, gutless wanders. Like that. Yeah. That and I mean,
as I was saying,
I can't fight you. So let me not even I can't fight you. I refuse to fight you. I refuse to do battle. I refuse to put my collective group in a better position by fighting for some real justice and some real equality, not just titles and middle management positions and college degrees that don't net me any real income. I refuse to fight for that. So what I'll do is try to be the pass around for some elite white dudes.
All right.
Yeah.
As I was saying, because you see the parallels, or you see things repeating. Because, like we talk about in the '90s, you saw, the Welfare Reform Act and the '94 Crime Bill, right?
Yep.
You saw this. You saw a similar thing happen in the '60s. First, there was the Great Society Welfare Program for the women. For black men, what was there? What did they have? It was the draft, and they started recruiting heavily for blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans to start going to fight in Vietnam. When the white boys were all going ROTC, and I don't mean Reserve Officers Training Corps, folks. I mean run over to Canada.
Oh, yep. That and like being in college and stuff, enroll in college.
Which it works best for feminists, right? You take away
also Title
black
IX.
men.
Title IX was coming around it.
Yeah.
But with the men, they get the draft.
The men. You take the men off the table, and that way the women and even some immigrants, mainly immigrant women, get to run the yard. This is what the prison system is just a warehouse access labor, right?
Prison to pipeline, school to pipeline, school to prison
you take
pipeline.
them off the table. You open the schools up, and you open the offices up to women, particularly in this case women of color, so that they can occupy the middle management position, so that you can at least have them psychologically invested in this system, right? So
and they wonder why the men are not benefiting, why the men can't pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to deal with that, and I'm gonna love to see that as we grow older, our generation, and definitely the Z's. I'm gonna love to see how women deal with this newfound influence and income that they have, as they get, especially for my age group, as we get further into our 40s, as we get into our 50s and our 60s. How are these women going to cope with the fact that the system puts you in the position to be more educated than your male counterparts, to potentially even make more money than your male counterparts? And what does that look like for your concepts of family formation, of child rearing and child birthing? What does that look like? I'm not worried about the men so much because, first of all, I'm not gay, but because I think the men, and I said this to FD signifier, I think we've done a way better job at socializing the men to be accepting of this than the women. Have fun dealing with the fallout of not raising the women to be okay with, if this was truly egalitarian, it's not. But have fun with dealing with the women throwing a goddamn temper tantrum as they get older and angrier and ornerier for not having a family, not having men, not having children, and even for those that have children, not having men, air quotes, on their level. And on that note, truly, we'll end it out here. Better you had a last something to say, your last words. Let's close out.
I was just gonna say, I'm in the kitchen. I'm cooking up some opium. Let's go solve all of them.
Put some baking soda in there. How do you cook crack again? Put some right. And on that note, we'll end it out there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, so y'all don't sound like some of these insane people, right? Including some of our supposed educated class of Black women. I don't know what the hell they on. And on that note, I'll close it out. Y'all have a great rest of y'all's day. And Mr. Z out. All right, everybody.
Later.
All right, then. Yep. Peace, y'all.